So, welcome back to ACE revision classes. As a part of revision class, today I am going to explain the concept of programming languages. Okay. The structure of the today's schedule is looking like this. We will discuss storage classes. So, while I am discussing storage classes, I will also touch the concept of recursion, because most of the questions in storage classes they combine with the concept of recursion. If you have observed already the previous year gate questions, most of the questions they combine recursion topic in storage classes. That's why I will touch these two topics, storage classes and recursion topic. After the second one, pointers. This is the most important topic. Afterwards, next one is parameter passing techniques and static scope and dynamic scope. Clear? So, this is the way how I am going to organize. The main object of this course is like by touching previous year gate questions, we need to discuss each and every point. Okay, like what way they are asking the questions, what are the different types of patterns and all. Okay, so here I introduce some questions. Most of the questions I have taken from the PYQ questions only by modifying letters. Okay, so let me start with the storage classes. You know, it is a revision class, you don't expect every point in detail here. I will explain only important topics which are really required at the last time point of view. Okay. So, when it comes to storage classes, so there are four types of storage classes in C. First one is called auto storage class. Second one, static storage class. Third one, register. And fourth one, external storage class. So, we have four types of storage classes. So, what is the purpose of storage classes? Actually, the storage class will describe several characteristics. Like when you are talking about several characteristics, what are characteristic is going to describe? The first characteristic is called scope of the variable. If we consider variable I, so what is the scope of that variable? Okay, for example, in C programming we are declaring int I. So, the moment if you declare the variable I, whether it may be outside of all functions or it may be inside of some function, then how many functions can access that variable? So, that is called scope of the variable, means the region where the variable is accessible and available is called scope. And afterwards, second characteristic is lifetime of that variable, means the moment when you declare any variable, how long that variable will be residing in the memory. Will it available till completion of the whole function or till completion of the whole program? If the variable is available till completion of the whole function, that is called function lifetime. If the variable is available till completion of the whole program, that is called programming lifetime. Clear? So, that is called lifetime of the variable. And afterwards, third characteristic is what is the default value of that variable. In C programming, there are two types of default values. Either it may be garbage value or it may be 0. So, what type of variables are having value 0 and what type of variables are having default values or garbage values? Next one is storage area. Storage area. So, in order to discuss these four characteristics, we need to understand the storage classes concept. Okay. Suppose the variable is auto variable. So, auto variable, what type of scope it is having? It is having function scope. Auto variable is having function scope. Means the variable is accessible only within the function where it is declared. No other functions can access auto variable of the some other functions. Okay. So, this is called function scope. For example, if I consider two functions like f1 function block and f2 is another function block. Here if we declare auto int I, only this function f1 can access that variable I, f2 cannot access that variable. So, it is called function scope. Similarly, lifetime is nothing but how long that variable is residing in the memory. If it auto variable, it is having function lifetime, means whenever operating system is calling function call, so its activation card is loaded into the stack. As long as it is executing that function, the variable is residing in the stack memory. Once the function execution is completed, that variable will be deleted. Okay. So, that is called lifetime of the auto variable. What is the default value of auto variable? That is called garbage value. And storage area, it is stored into stack memory. So, we have three areas where the variables are residing. One is stack, another one is static, another one is heap memory. So, auto variables will be stored into stack memory, friends. Okay. Next one, static variable. What is scope of static variable? So, static variable is also having function scope. Static variable is also having function scope. What about lifetime? Static variable is created during compile time of the program and it will exist till completion of the whole program. Clear? So, therefore, the lifetime of the static variable is program lifetime. It will always hold the previous stage values. That is the reason static variable is keep on updating. Whereas auto variable every time recreated and reinitialized. And what is the default value of static variable? Default value of static variable is 0. And the storage area, it is stored into static memory. As I mentioned, there are three sections like stack, static and heap. Static variable is stored into static memory location. Next on register variable, it is same as auto variable. Whatever characteristics auto variables are having, same characteristics are there in register variable. Then what is the difference between these two means? Only accessing point of view there is a difference. Suppose if you declare a variable as a register variable, then the register variable probably it will be stored into the register. If there are some free registers are available. If free registers are not available, again it will be stored into the RAM only. Clear? It means if the local variable, it will be stored into the stack. So, therefore, what type of scope it is having means it is having function scope and lifetime of register variable, again function lifetime, and default value of register variable, that is garbage value. Storage area, it is stored into CPU registers. Provided that there is a space available in the register. If register space is not available, it will be stored back into RAM only. Okay. So, that is third storage class. Next, it is called external storage class. We can also call global variable prototype. They are called global variable prototypes. Right. So, in global variable prototype, what is scope of the global variable? Global variable can be accessible across all the functions, okay, but provided that there is no local variable with the same name of global variable. Suppose if there is any name conflict occurs between local and global, it is always giving preference to local variables only. Therefore, the scope of the global variable is program scope. And what about lifetime of global variable? So, the lifetime of global variable is program lifetime. Next, default value of global variables, that is equals to 0. Storage area, we can say it is static storage area. Under static storage area, as I mentioned, memory is divided into three sections, right? Okay. Under static storage area, bottom part is reserved for only global variables. Okay. So, these are the four characteristics of the storage classes: auto, static, register and external storage classes. Okay. Then what type of questions we can expect from this topic? First, let me write the syntax for each and every variable also. Auto variable, generally we are using syntax like this: auto and then data type, suppose integer, and variable declaration. Similarly, static variable we can declare like this by using keyword static, static int x. Register variable we can declare in this way: register int x. So, global variables will be declared on top of all function blocks. Clear, friends? Okay. And if you want to access global variable across all the functions, but global variable defined somewhere else in the program, in that case we can use external keyword. Anyway, I will discuss programs also. Okay. Then what kind of questions you can expect from the storage classes? Just revise the previous year grade questions, you can understand. They are combining most of the static storage classes with the recursion concept. they are combining most of the static storage class with the recursion concept. Clear? So, let me explain different types of model questions. Let me check, do you have any doubts or anything? We will address your doubts at the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes, friends. Okay. Let me complete the revision class first. If you have any doubts, I will address at the last 15 minutes. Please allow me to continue the class first. Right. So, what type of model questions you can expect in storage? The first way of asking question, they are combining storage classes with control statements. Control statements and storage classes. So, what do you mean control statements? In the program, they are combining storage class behavior with the conditional statements or control statements. For example, they are combining static storage class under if condition, or they are combining static storage class with while loop conditions. They are combining storage class concept with for loop condition. Okay. Sometimes they are using switch case also. Okay. So, we need to practice all these conditional and control statements. Okay. Second one, second model of asking questions, recursion and storage classes. Recursion storage classes. That's all. These are the two different model questions they are frequently asking the gate paper. So, the moment when you see any gate question based on storage class, first verify is that storage class concept combined with the control statements or not. Okay. It may be combined with if conditional statements, if or while loop or for loop or switch case statement like that, or else verify is this program based on recursion concept or not. Okay. So, these are two important models where they are frequently asking storage classes, friends. Okay. Let me explain first one. Yeah, just observe this one. This is actually one of the PYQ question. Just I change the variable names. Okay, just I change the variable names. It is not a different question. One of the PYQ question only. Just I change the variable names and values. See, the moment when you see this program, you need to understand the concept is here. Static means storage class concept, where storage class concept they are combined with the loops, right? As I mentioned, storage class concept they are combined with the control statements, right? So, therefore, here they are testing student knowledge whether the student able to understand control statement along with the storage class concept or not. That is the main objective of asking these questions. So, you know that question paper has been categorized into four types. So, in the classroom also explained, right? So, your question paper consisting of four types of questions, like one is recall based questions. Generally, recall based questions will start with the word WHAT, like what is the time complexity of Bell-Manford algorithm. In GATE 2012 they asked this question, what is the time complexity of Bell-Manford algorithm, means the question is starting with WHAT, that is called recall based questions. Clear? Next question, like if you take like which of the following sorting algorithm having lowest worst case time complexity. So, this question asked in the gate paper, which of the following, means if the student able to remember the concept of sorting, you can easily answer without putting more efforts. Okay. Or the question may be starting with the word match the following. Match the following. So, these three types of questions comes under recall based questions. Very simple topic these questions. Okay. So, definitely your gate paper consisting of 25 marks under recall based questions from various subjects. Clear, friends? Okay. So, next one after recall based question, the second category where they are asking questions are analytical based questions. Analytical based questions. Here also they will ask 25 marks. And third category, that is application based questions. Here they are asking 25 marks. and the fourth one, that is equals to comprehensive based questions. If you refer your GATE information brochure, in the information brochure itself they mention this point, okay. I think page number, I didn't remember page number, but they mention like that, okay. They have to divide the questions category into 4 types: recall, analytical, application, comprehensive based questions. So, analytical based questions means, suppose you are having idea about the topic, okay, we need to analyze in depth. For example, if you take merge sort algorithm. So, merge sort algorithm, suppose if there are 24 keys are there, for 24 keys for sorting merge sort will take 36 seconds. Then for sorting 44 keys, how much time it will take? Means these type of questions comes under analytical based questions. If student is having complete idea analysis of the merge sort, then only you can solve this type of question, friends, okay. And application based questions, you never find this question in any textbook, they created by themselves only, okay. So, these are applications based questions. Next one is comprehensive based questions. They will combine one or two topics in a single question, they will frame the question. For example, this question comes under comprehensive based question. How many concepts are there in this problem? So, in this problem we are having functions concept and storage class concept, and also we are having control statements concept. So, this type of questions comes under comprehensive based questions, friends, okay. I hope you are not writing any notes, right? Because recorded version also will be provided. So, therefore, you can go through it if you want. Next, see, in this problem they are using for loop condition within the main function, right. So, how many times this loop is executing? Exactly, it is executing 3 times. The program is executing this way, that is under main function so under main function I am calling function f, I am calling function f based on the value of I, right. So, whenever if I create the variable like I value and then j value, right, friends. So, here I is initialized to 1 first time, I is initialized to 1 first time, therefore, it is calling f of 1, whatever it is going to return that will be stored into j, whatever it is going to call that will be stored into j, clear, friends, okay. So, the moment if I call this function, then control will be transferred to the called function by sending the value of I that equals to 1, right. You also try simultaneously and compare your answer with my answer, okay. I am not giving time for evaluation, okay, because it is a revision class, I need to cover more number of topics. You also try by yourself and compare your answer with my answer. So, when I pass I equals to 1, this is called formal parameter, friends. Generally, formal parameter will be stored into stack memory location. Therefore, the formal parameter I will be created, I is equals to 1. Afterwards, what about the static variable? The static variable is created during compilation time itself only, during compilation time itself only. So, when we compile the program, you know program having 2 stages, compilation stage and then runtime stage. Compilation always starting from topmost instruction. First, if we compile the program, this is the first line to be compiled, right. After compiling this line, we are compiling static int x is equal to 0. Then because of static keyword, this variable will be stored into static memory. Then after compilation process is completed, execution process starting from main function. So, who is calling main function means operating system. So, therefore, whenever operating system is calling main function, when operating system is calling main function, that main activation code loaded into the stack, that main activation code will be loaded into the stack. So, in fact, stack is looking like this. Suppose as I mentioned, there are 3 types of sections here. The bottom section we are calling it is static memory, static memory. On top of that static memory, we are having 2 more sections. One is called heap, okay, another one is called stack. Clear, friends, okay. So, whenever operating system is calling main function, that main will be loaded into the stack memory. So, therefore, main activation code will be loaded into stack, main activation code will be loaded into stack. Then what about the static variable? Static variable will be residing into the static memory. Static variable will be residing in the static memory. So therefore, here we are having two sections. I hope my font and everything is visible, right? Okay. Give me 1 minute time. I will write once again. The main constant is space constant actually. Right. When you compile the program, first this piece of code will be compiled successfully. Afterwards, it will be converted into machine code. So during compilation time, the static variable is created into static memory. So assume that this is a static memory block which is created for the program. Therefore, f function got created here. Here we are having static variable, that is x. But by default, static variable is having value is equals to 0. Default value must be 0, right friends. Afterwards, main function also compiled successfully and it is converted into machine code. That machine code will be stored into static memory. So this will happen during compilation process. After compilation process is completed, then execution process is starting. Execution process is starting from main, right. Whenever operating system is calling main function loaded into stack memory. So this is called stack memory and heap memory. Heap and stack continuously growing in opposite directions. Therefore, whenever operating system is calling main, these variables, whatever variables we created, these variables are stored into stack memory. So I will be created into stack memory, j also will be created into stack memory. But what is the default values of I comma j? They are containing garbage values because they are auto variables, right. Then afterwards, when I equals to 1, so I am initializing I equals to 1, that is what I am explaining here. So I equal 1, these two variables are stored into stack memory, friends, okay. Afterwards, I am calling function f, then control will be transferred to the called function. This activation record will be loaded into stack memory. So therefore, f of 1. This variable is called formal parameter. You know, formal parameter will be stored into stack memory. Therefore, create formal parameter now. Int I equal to 1. Then you may ask the question, sir, main function is having variable I and f is also having variable I. Yes, we can declare variables of same name in different functions, because as I mentioned, auto variable is having function scope. Function scope means this variable accessible only within this function. This variable will be accessible only within that function. No other functions can access it. So that is why it is having function scope. Clear, friends, okay. Afterwards, what about the static variable? During compilation time already created, then while you are running the program, during runtime, it will be, this line will be skipped and next line will be executed, because initialization also happen, x is equal to 0 already happened, right. So therefore, during runtime it will be skipped and it will execute like this, x is equal to x plus I. So x is equal to x plus I means x is equals to here 0 and I value is equals to 1. So therefore 0 plus 1, that equals to 1, friends, okay, x value equal to 1. Afterwards it will return x. So therefore return x. So return x means the value of x is equals to here 1. It is giving back value equals to 1. So that 1 will be copied into j of the main function, right. So whenever function is returning its value back, the activation record created function automatically deleted from the stack. It is no longer available. It means that the stack will be deleted, okay, this activation record will be deleted. Clear, friends, okay. Afterwards, control coming back to this place. Now, where control will come back? If you return the value of x, it will go back to the main function like this, main function. So the value of x which we return, that equals to 1, right, 1, that is copied into j. Afterwards, we are taking next step. It is a for loop condition, right. For loop, first step is initialization, second step is testing the condition, third step is incrementing value of I. Next, I want to increment the value of I. Value of I will be incremented in the main function. Therefore, in the main function I plus plus means it becomes 2, right, friends, okay. Now again check the condition 2 less than or equal to 3, yes true. Therefore, I am calling function second time, j is equals to f of 2, right. When I call with second time 2, again new variable I will be created. So, let me create here new variable. There is a function f, the new variable I will be created, right. So, what is the value of I now? I is equal to 2. So, let me create I equal to 2. But is this variable recreated and reinitialized? No, static variable never recreated, never reinitialized, friends. Okay. So, therefore, second time also it will be skip this line and x equal to x plus I. X means the previous static variable value. What is the previous static variable value? 1. Therefore, x is equal to 1, I value just now we passed, that is 2. So, 1 plus 2, that equal to 3. Therefore, this statement, this function will return x value as 3. So, the moment it return x value, this activation code also get deleted, it is no longer available, right friends. Okay. So, after deleting we can remove this one, then the 3 will be copied into j. So, j is equal to 3, right, j is equal to 3. So, afterwards control came back to here. Now, again I plus plus, I value get incremented. So, I value becomes 3 in main function, right. Now, check the condition 3 less than or equal to 3, yes true. Therefore, same story will be repeated. I am calling function with the input is 3, j is equals to f of 3, right. The moment if I call this function, another activation code get created now, that equals to f of, therefore, new variable I get created, I is equals to 3, right friends. But is this static variable recreated? No, it is not recreated, not reinitialized. Then x equal to x plus I. So, x equal to x plus I means here x value is equals to right now, which is static variable whose value equals to 1, right, 1. No, sorry, I did not update x value, right. So, where it is x value, static variable value here, I did not update earlier, x value equal to 3 here, right friends. Okay. So, x plus I, x value equal to 3 and I value equals to 3, 3 plus 3, that equals 6. Now, x is updated to 6, x is updated to 6. Afterwards, it will return x value. Return x value equal to 6. So, the moment if you return x value 6, this activation got also deleted, friends, it is no longer available. Okay. So, that return value will be copied into j. Now, j is equal to 6, right friends. Okay. After that again I will be incremented, I plus plus. So, I plus plus means I value equal to 4. Once I value equal to 4, 4 less than or equal to 3 condition fail, therefore, it will come out of the loop. So, at the end of the execution, what is the content of j it is having means that equal to 6. So, after returning, this activation got also deleted, main activation got also deleted. From here control go back to the operating system, then this activation got also will be deleted, this activation got also deleted. That is all. So, what are the concepts involved in this problem? In this problem, the concept involved is static storage class and also control statements. Then what type of questions we can expect from this problem? One way of asking question, they may ask what is the time complexity of this program, what is the space complexity of this program. Okay. Let me check, are you getting same answer? If you are getting same answer, can you type yes in the chat box? Can you type yes in the chat box if you are getting same answer? Able to see? I want to check whether are you getting same answer or not. I'll check it. Question and answers. Yes, right. Okay, thank you. I'll give permission in the chat box also. I think you don't have permission in chat box. Please give me 1 minute. Let me give access in the chat box also. Right. See what kind of questions you can expect from this explanation. I know it is taking more time for explanation, okay, because my teaching style methodology is like this only, even it is a revision class. Let me explain what type of question you can expect, friends. Okay. The first one is you need to understand what is the time complexity of this program. The time complexity of the program depends on whether it is using iterative loop or it is using recursive function. Okay. So, in this problem it is taking iterative loop, right, iterative loop. Suppose in this problem if I replace this value, with n, so indirectly I am covering algorithm subject here itself only. Okay. If I replace I less than or equal to n here, okay, I less than or equal to n. So, what I am trying to say, suppose in the place of I less than or equal to 3, if I take I less than or equal to n, where it is incrementing step by step only, where it is started at 1. It means this loop is running exactly n times. In simple for loop, as we discussed in the classroom, there are 6 different models are right. Okay. So, first model is I value incrementing step by step. If I value is incrementing step by step, it will take at most n steps. Therefore, the time complexity for this problem is order of n or theta of n. The time complexity for this program is theta of n or order of n. Generally, we are expressing tight bound. Tight bound means theta. So, therefore, it is theta of n because this loop is running theta of n time. Clear, friends? Okay. Then, what is space complexity of this program? What is space complexity of this program? The space complexity is depth of the recursion tree. If you observe depth of the recursion tree in the stack. So, depth of the recursion tree means, for example, see how maximum depth of the recursive stack here, maximum depth of the recursive stack. One activation required for main, another activation required for f. Clear, friends? Okay. One activation required for main, another activation required for f. After completion of first function call, this activation got deleted, then next activation card will be loaded into the same location. Afterwards, that activation card also will be deleted, third activation card will be also loaded into the same place. Therefore, your stack cannot grow more than beyond 2 activation records. Okay, your stack cannot grow beyond 2 activation records. Therefore, 2 activation record is nothing but constant space. Therefore, the space complexity for this program is equal to theta of 1, friends. Theta of 1. Repeating once again, space complexity depends on how much maximum depth of the recursion stack is there. So, depth means it is growing maximum 2 activation records. Okay. At any point of time, if you take snapshot in the activation record, then maximum number of activation record in the stack is only 2. That is your space complexity, that is equal to theta of 1. Okay. So, based on last year question 2024, they are asking sometime activation tree also. Activation tree means how the program is executed, draw the activation tree. Activation tree means this one only, main function first, right. Afterwards, it is calling F1. After completion of F1, again it is calling F2. So, this kind of activation tree questions also they are asking. That is all. This is the first model which I explained, where in the problem storage class contains control statement, friends. Okay, control statements. I hope you understood everything, right. So, we covered this problem. So, for loop question. Similarly, we can discuss while loop question also and switch case statement also. Let me focus more number of questions. Yes. Here we are having condition statement, right, if condition. So, based on if condition also, this is also one of the pre-IQ question, gate question, friends. Okay. Just I change the values, that is all. Okay. Just look at this problem once. The moment if you see this problem, here it is static storage class. Static storage class they are discussing within if condition, right. Here you need to understand how exactly flow chart of if condition will be executed. Okay. If the condition is true, we can execute the statement, otherwise rest of the statements following that condition will be executed, right. You take 1 minute and try this question, afterwards I will explain. If you get any answer, please post your answer in the chat box. (240) common E. Hello? Yes. 1 or 2 students posted 240. Let me check it whether it is correct or not. See the structure of this program, friends. If this condition is true, we can return the statement. Okay. If the condition fails, subsequent statement will be executed. Here the beauty of this program is return statement itself contain recursive function. Return statement is contain recursive function, right. So, this program contain many topics, storage classes and then conditional statements and also recursive program, right. Let me start the program. Return value of f of 4. So, we are calling function with the input is 4. The moment if I call this function with input is 4, this variable is known as former parameter residing inside the stack. Therefore, n is equal to 4 will be created. N is equal to 4 will be created. I will explain space complexity for this program also, that is the reason I want to draw the diagram. So, when I call function, f of 4 activation card is loaded into the stack, right. So, where n is equals to 4, n is equal to 4. Then what about static variable, friends? You know static variable created into static memory location during compilation time itself. So, during compilation time, when you compile this program, the static variable will create into static memory location, a function. This is called static memory. What does static memory contain? All static variables. Therefore, we are having static variable that equals to x. X is equal to 3. The already initialized value is equal to 3, friends. Okay, x is equal to 3. Afterwards, when you are running this program, operating system is calling main is calling function f. Then we are calling f with the value is equal to 4. Therefore, f activation code will be loaded into the stack. So, this part is called stack. Right, friends. Okay. Now, check the condition n greater than or equal to 81. So, 4 greater than or equal to 81 condition false. The moment condition false, we can skip this line. Because this is the only statement related to if condition by using flow chart of if condition, friends. Okay. Then subsequent statement will be executed. If the condition fail, this statement will be ignored, but subsequent statement will be executed. So, n equal to n star x, n is equal to 4 and what about x value? X is equals to 3, right. So, therefore, n equal to n star x, so 4 into 3 that equals to 12. Afterwards, x will be updated, x plus plus. So, 3 becomes 4. Now, here is a return statement and it is function call. According to operator precedence table, function call will have high priority. So, therefore, first we need to call function with the value of n. So, what is the current value of n? 12. So, therefore, I am calling function with the input is 12 like this. When I call function second time, again new formal parameter n will be created. So, create new formal parameter n. Now, you tell me, suppose if new variable got created, what is the status of previously created variable? Is it available in the stack or not? Yes, it is available. If new variable n get created, now what is status of previously created variable? Yes, it is available. So why it is available? Because auto variables always having functional lifetime. Just observe, your control still in the function only, right? Still in the function only. Since your control is still in the function, it is rotating, that's why that variable is available, friends. Okay, we are not coming out of the function, right? So therefore it is calling f of 12. There is statement is called return statement. It will be executed afterwards. Now if I call this function, again new variable n will be created, n is equals to 12, right? N is equal to 12. So afterwards static int x is equals to 3, but static variable is created only one time, right? Static will create only one time. Therefore it is not recreated, not reinitialized. Therefore it will skip this line, it will execute this statement. N greater than or equal to 81, 12 greater than or equal to 81, condition is false. Okay, therefore you can skip this line. So n equal to n star x, n means here 12, what about x? X means here 4, so that equal 48. So n is updated to 48, friends. Afterwards x plus plus, x plus plus means 4 becomes 5. So next I am calling function with the input is f of 48. Again new variable n will be created, n is equals to 48, right? Now check the condition, return f of 48. Again new variable n will be created, n is equals to 48, right friends? Okay. Now this variable is not recreated, not reinitialized. Verify 48 greater than or equal to 81. Yes, 48 greater than or equal to 81 is condition false. Therefore skip this line. Then n equal to n star x. What about x here? X is equals to 5. So therefore 5 into 48, which is equals to 240. N is updated to 240. I don't know whether it is visible or not. Right friends? Okay. After making n is equal to 240, now make x equal to x plus plus. It means that x is equal to 6. Then again I am calling function with input is equals to 240. That is return f of 240. So first input value is equals to 4, next one is 12, next one is 48, right? Next one is 240. When you are calling with 240, n is equal to 240 will be created. 240. Create another activation record, f of 240. Right? Now check the condition, 240 greater than or equal to 81. Yes, condition true. Therefore return n. Fourth time it is going to return n. So what is the value of n? N is equals to 240. So it will return 240 to the previous level. It will return 240 to the previous level. Then this activation card will be deleted from the stack. Right friends? Okay. Means from the stack we have to delete this corresponding activation record. Then afterwards control go back to this place, because there is a return statement, right? There is a return statement. So because of this return statement, return from 240 to the previous level. Then this activation card also get deleted. So delete this activation card. Means you always think like this. It is passing value equal to 240, and from here it is going to pass 240 to the previous level. At every level we are having return statement, friends. Okay. So return 240. So this activation got also deleted. Afterwards again return 240. So therefore return value of this problem is equals to 240. Finally return 240. Right. What kind of questions we can expect from this topic? Again focus on time complexity and space complexity, right? If you observe initially value of n is equals to how much? That equal to 4, n is equal to 4, and that 4 every time is multiplying with x, How long it is multiplying? As long as n greater than or equal to 81 it is doing the process. Okay. Maybe in the gate exam they may not ask time complexity based on this, they may ask how many number of function calls are there. because time complexity point of view there should be some relation, either it is n or n cube or n square or log n, like that. Okay. So, whenever they are providing like this, they may ask how many times the function is calling, how many recursive calls are there. For example, same question they may ask the question, here we ask about the value written by f of 4, right. Okay. They may ask the question how many number of function calls, because based on the previous year gate question I am telling all these points. Okay. How many number of function calls for f of 4 including initial call, So, how many number of function call means we can say 1, 2, 3, 4 function calls are there, friends. Okay. The space complex, how many number of activation records are in the stack, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, maximum depth of the recursion tree is 4, Maybe they may ask the question like this, what is the maximum depth of recursion tree for this program, max depth of recursion tree. That equal 4, because 4 activation code got created, right. That is why 4 is a max depth. That is all. So, in this problem I covered how storage class concept is combined with the control statement. In the previous program I covered how control statement storage class is combined with the control statement, or that is for loop. Okay. And also we covered space complexity and time complexity in the previous program also, right, friends. Okay. Next one. Yeah. It is also same model question, that is the reason I do not want to evaluate. I will give time for you try. Okay. Just try for this one, return value of f of 6. It is also same model question. See here, condition, and we are having return statement, and again followed by return statement. Can you try and post your answer in the chat box? Yes, someone is asking about abnormal termination and infinite loop question. Definitely I will address that issue also. Yeah. I hope you are trying this question. Let me explain my analysis for the problem, friends. Okay. Some people are posting 25, some people are posting 27, some people are posting 24. Anyway, we do not want to waste time in the class, we will discuss. So, they are asking return value of f of 6, friends. Okay. If you are not getting correct answer, kindly listen. First input we are passing, that equal to 6, that is f of 6. When I call this function, the variable n will be created, which is known as formal parameter, n is equal to 6. What about this variable? Static variable, which already create into static memory during runtime, during compilation time of the program. So, x is equals to 0. Let me create static variable x. Right, friends. Okay. After check the condition less than or equal to 0, condition fail, therefore, we can skip this line. N greater than 2, yes, 6 greater than 2, condition true. Therefore, we have to execute this complete block. Okay. So, therefore, x is equal to n means content of n copied into x, content of n equal to 6, that is copied into x. Afterwards, there is a return statement, there is a function call and addition operation. Now, apply operator precedence table. According to operator precedence table, first function call will be executed, that is f of n minus 1, that is f of 5. Afterwards, addition operation, that equal plus 5, and then finally we can execute return statement. Now, if I call function with the input is 5, then control will be transferred to called function where it is passing value equal to 5, friends, 5. Then again new variable n will be created, create new variable n equal to 5. Now, is this variable recreated and reinitialized? No, because static behavior, right. Therefore, n less than or equal to 0, condition false. Now, n greater than 2, yes, 5 greater than 2, condition true. So, since 5 greater than 2, therefore, content of n will be copied into x. So, what is the content of n? That equal to 5, 5 copied here. Afterwards, return f of n minus 1, that is 4 plus again 5. Afterwards, you can use return statement. Now, if I call this function by passing input is equal to 4 Again new variable n will be created, n is equals to 4. As the base condition fail, n less than or equal to 0 condition fail, therefore you can execute n greater than 2, right. N greater than 2 means yes, n value equal 4, 4 greater than 2 condition satisfied. Again content of n copy into x, so that equals to 4. Afterwards return f of n minus 1, that is f of 3 plus 5, and then return statement. Next I am calling the input is 3, n is equals to 3. So next function call which is equal to 3. Again same story will be repeated. So n greater than 2, yes true, therefore content of n that equals to 3, copy into x. Afterwards return f of n minus 1, f of 2 plus 5, and then return statement. Now if I call this function with input is 2, right friends, okay. Now n less than or equal to 0 condition fail, this time n greater than 2 condition also fail, right, n greater than 2 condition also fail. Therefore we can execute return f of n minus 1 plus x. Therefore f of n minus 1, that is f of 1 plus x, and then return statement. Here we are having n is equal to 2, and next I am calling function with input equal to 1, right friends, okay. From here I am calling with input n equals to 1. Again new variable n will be created. Create new variable n is equal to 1, right. After creating new variable 1 greater than 2 condition fail, therefore again I want to call f of n minus 1 plus x, that equal f of n minus 1, that is f of 0 plus x, and then use return statement. Finally I am calling with input is 0, therefore n value equals to 0 friends. N value equal to 0. Therefore this time n less than or equal to 0 condition true, therefore return 1, it is giving back value equals to 1. Then this activation card will be deleted. Take the content of x in static location. The content of x in static location is 3, therefore take the value 3, 3 plus 1 4, therefore this return statement will return 4 to the previous level. Clear friends, okay. After this activation card also deleted. Take the value of x. What is the value of x? Value of x remain 3 only because of static behavior, right. So therefore 4 plus 3 that equal to 7. This return statement will return 7 to the previous level, right friends, okay. So this activation got also deleted now. Then 7 plus 5 which is 12, so return 12 to the previous level. Then 12 plus 5 that equals to 17, that will be returned to previous level. 17 plus 5, 17 plus 5 that is 22, right, 17 plus 5 which equals 22, then 22 plus 5 that equal 27, so it will return 27. So I got answer is 27 friends, okay. Let me check what is your answer. So 27 is the correct answer for this question. Yes, 27, 4 students posted answer is 27. For my satisfaction point of view, could you please type CL in the chat box? Are you following or not? If you understood, simply type CL. Yes. Right. I hope you have not done mistake, right? Right, friends. Right. So the problem having return value equal 27 friends. Okay. Now in this problem, suppose if I take small modification in the place of plus 5, just observe, let me zoom out this one. Very important point I am going to explain now, just observe friends, okay. So this explanation is already completed, just observe, suppose in the place of 5, instead of writing 5, suppose if I make it as x, if I were to make it as x, okay, by taking x, what is the output of this program? I am taking this value equal to x, friends. By taking x, what is the output of this program? Take 1 minute time and you quickly tell me what is the answer for this question. In the place of 5, I am taking it as x. Can you tell me what is the answer for this question? By replacing 5 by x, what is your answer? Some people are saying 19. Okay. Why different people are getting different answers? Some people are posting 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, let me explain because we do not want to waste time. See, if we consider it is a x variable, remember this is a addition operation and it is a function call, right? Function call will take high priority over addition operator. Therefore, this addition operator will be evaluated only after completion of execution of function call. Therefore, I am replacing, just observe here, I need to keep x variable as it is only, friends, okay, as it is. Do not take the value of x, because at this point of time, what is the value of x at this point of time? At this point of time, value of x is 6. Maybe you are substituting like this, here it is substituting 6, right? Afterwards here you are substituting 5, and here you are substituting 4, and here you are substituting 3, like this. You might be doing like that. If you are doing in that way, answer is 3 plus 3 6 plus 3 9 plus 4 13 plus 5 18, 18 plus 6 24 something you are getting. But is it the right process? No, right? Okay. What is the correct process for doing this problem? Kindly look at here, friends. Here we are having variable is x. Here also we are having variable is x. Here we are having variable x. Here also variable x. The static variable will be evaluated only after completion of the called function execution, right? So, therefore, by the time you are coming back at this point of time, what is the value of x you need to consider. So, here x equal 3, x equal 3, when you are coming back at this point of time, what is the value of x? 3, because static variable created only one time in the static memory, it is holding previous stage values only. Therefore, what is the previous stage value? 3. Therefore, you can substitute here 3, friends, okay. Here also you can substitute 3. Here also you can substitute 3, here also you can substitute 3. Earlier we had taken 5, 5, 5, this time we are taking 3, 3, 3, clear. So, how much difference is there? Obviously 8 is a difference, because 4 3s are 12 and 4 5s are 20. So, 20 minus 12 means 8 is a difference. Previous answer, what is the answer? 27. So, 27 minus 8, that equals 19 is the correct answer. 19 is the correct answer. Clear, friends, okay. If you understood the explanation, simply type u in the chat box, friends, quickly type u in the chat box. Right, very good. Now, what is the time complexity for this program, friends? Time complexity. Just imagine you are starting with the input is equals to 6. If the input value equals 6, how many times you are calling? Because the time complexity of recursive program always proportional to the or bounded by the total number of function calls, friends, okay, total number of function calls. If you give input is 6, we are taking function calls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 function calls are there. For input 6, 7 function calls, for input n plus 1 function calls are there. Therefore, the time complexity for this program is equals to theta of n plus 1, because n plus 1 function calls are there. For input 6, 7 function call, for input n plus 1 function calls. But there is no importance of constant 1, therefore, we can make it as theta of n. Then what is the space complexity of this program? Space complexity is nothing but recursive depth, right? How much depth is there? The first activation record, second activation record, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7. It is also theta of n plus 1. space complexity is equal to theta of n plus 1, that equal to theta of n. That is all friends. Okay. So, in this program I covered how control statement if will be used within the recursive program, where the recursive program consists of static variables. So, see how many concepts are there. Concept is recursion, because function is calling itself recursion. It contains storage class concept, right. It also contains control statements. These are called comprehensive based questions. They are combining more than one topics in the same topic friends. Okay. I hope it is everything is clear, right. Yes, yes Ganesh, it is correct Ganesh. Yeah, it is purely based on global variables, auto variables and static variables. Means all these three concepts involved in this program. That is why I introduced this question. Of course, it is also another PYQ question only, by changing only one line, A star equal to 2, A star equal to 2. Clear friends. Okay. I am taking this opportunity to explain how global variables will be created into the memory location. Clear friends. Okay. Let me explain this program. Do you want to evaluate by yourself first? Take exactly 1 minute time, do not waste your time friends. Okay. Take exactly 1 minute, think about the problem. Very good response from the students. Actually, I did not expect this many people will attend for revision class. I thought hardly 50 or 60, but today I am able to see almost 160 plus students are there. Tomorrow we are having data structures class, right. So, I will come up with more interesting questions in data structures if you show the same interest. Right friends. Okay. Yeah, most of you are giving correct answers only. Let me check this question. How exactly this program is executing? When I start this program, when you start compilation process, these variables are declared outside of all function blocks. When variables are declared outside of all function blocks, those are treated as global variables friends. Okay. So, generally global variables are stored into static memory location. Just consider the memory location this way. So, imagine it is static memory block, the total part is static memory block. In static memory, the bottom part is reserved for global variables. Okay. You no need to do research on exactly where it is available and all. It is not at all required, exam point of view friends. Okay. So, therefore, global variables we are having 3 variables, one is A, another one is B, another one is C. So, C initialized to 0, by default global variables are having value 0. So, therefore, A equal to 0 and B equal to 0, right friends. Afterwards, when you compile the program, so this program will be compiled successfully. Here there is a static variable, right. Static variable is created into static memory location. So, there is a static memory block created for main function. So, inside main function we are having one static variable whose value equals to 1, right friends. Okay. So, this compilation process completed successfully. After compilation process completed, now we are going to compile f function. Here also there is a static variable. Therefore, this static variable is created into static memory allocated for f function. Okay. So, imagine this is static memory allocated for f function. Here the variable a got created, a is equals to 2. What is the scope of the static variable, friends? Static variable scope is restricted to function only, restricted to function. Means main function static variable cannot be accessible into f, f function static variable cannot be accessed into main. They are called function scope, right friends? Okay. Now, when we start execution process always starting from main function. Therefore, operating system is calling main function, then main activation got loaded into stack. So, this is called stack. What does stack contain? Stack contains all local variables, but we do not have any local auto variable. If you have any local auto variable, we can create here, but we do not have any local auto variable. Next, afterwards, it is calling function f, control will be transferred to f. Therefore, f activation code will be created into stack. Here there is static variable. You know, static variable already created into static memory, right? Static memory. Therefore, skip this line and go to next line. There is a auto variable. For auto variable, you no need to specify the keyword is auto like this. By default, every local variable treated as auto variable. So, therefore, usage of keyword auto is not compulsory, it is an optional. It is an optional. So, therefore, we have to create auto variable that equals to b equals to 1. Right friends, okay. Afterwards is a pre-increment operator. So, one of the student asked me in the chat box, sir, how pre-increment, post-increment is there, right? So, pre-increment operator means first go to memory location of the variable, update the value, afterwards take that value and copy it into here, that is all, okay. Plus plus b means go to memory location of b, and plus plus b it becomes 2, right friends, okay. So, I will write this statement here, just observe a is equals to, its meaning is a plus of plus plus b, where plus plus b means here b value that equals to 2. Now, take the value of a. Value of a means which function value of a you have to take? F function value of a. What is f function value of a? 2. Therefore, it is taking 2. So, 2 plus 2 that equals to 4 friends, okay. You have to update that 4 into f function static variable value, f function static variable value, right. Afterwards print a is equals to 4 because static variable value equal to 4 friends. Afterwards b means local variable value whose value equal to 2. So, first printed value is 4 comma 2. But after reaching this closing brace, lifetime of auto variable will be ended, but still static variable is holding previous stage value as it is. It means that whenever you are coming out of this function block, this activation record deleted from the stack, it is no longer available, right. Then control came back to the calling place. This is the place where control came back. Then program counter increment to the next line. Right now, control which function friends? Main function. So, this meaning is a equal to a star 2, a is equals to a star 2. As control is in main function, it will take main function static variable a. Now, what is the main function static variable a? 1. So, therefore, it is taking 1 friends. So, 1 into 2, 2 must be updated into static variable of main function. So, therefore, static variable of main function updated to 2, right. Afterwards, I am calling function f. Tell me, is this variable recreated and reinitialized? No, it is not recreated, not reinitialized because of static behavior. Then there is auto variable, it is recreated and reinitialized friends, okay. So, therefore, another activation code I have to create now, f, where b is equals to 1, 1 becomes 2 again, initially b equal 1, again plus plus b means that equals to 2, but what about a? A means previous stage value that equal to 4, that is 4, 4 plus 2 that equal to 6, right, 4 plus 2 that equal to 6. Therefore, it is taking 6 comma 4, next output is 6 comma 4, sorry 6 comma 2 because b value remains 2 only, a value updated to 6, a value updated to 6. Afterwards, control came back to this place. Now, print a means main function variable a. What is main function variable a friends? That equals to 2. Main function static variable is 2. What about b friends? B means there is no local variable, right. Now, it is a place I can explain about global variables. Actually, global variables are declared top of all functions, and these variables are accessible across all the functions provided that there is no local variable. For example, here global variable name is A, here local static variable is also A. There is a name conflict occurs between local and global. Whenever there is a name conflict occurs between local and global, compiler give preference to local variables only. Therefore, it is giving first preference to local static variable. That is why A is equal to means it is taking only local static variable. Clear? Now it is asking about B. Now check, are there any local variable B? No, there is no local variable B. If there is no local variable B, it is giving preference to global variable whose value equals to 0. Therefore, it is printing 0, 2 comma 0. Whereas in this function, friends, here we are having A which is local variable, B also local variable, that is why it is giving preference to local variable. So, what I am trying to say finally, whenever global variables are declared in the program, and if you have any local variable the same name of global variable, then compiler always giving preference to local variable only. Okay, that point you need to understand, right friends. So, answer is 4262 and then 20. So, let me check your answer. Why different people are getting different answers? Some people posted only 4222 only. So, it is a gate exam, you feel it is in the gate exam you need to solve this question, right? Yes, 426240, correct. Not 40, 426220 is the correct answer, friends. Okay. If you want, I can do some modifications in this program if you want. Okay. If you want to involve that value of C also, for example, here if I write statement, suppose C is equals to C plus A, and print C, print a percentage D C. Here also I am writing one more statement, C equal to C plus A, extra one statement I am taking, friends. Let me explain this program also so that you can understand how exactly global variables are operating. Okay. Kindly listen one more time explanation. So, first when I call it is A equal to 1, which I updated here, A equal to 1, right. Afterwards, control it is calling F. When control it is calling F, A is equals to and B equals to 1, but here there is no variable C, right, there is no variable C. In that case, it will refer to global variable. Okay, it will refer to global variable. Therefore, I am asking C equals C plus A. When you call first time, what is C value means? Default value of global variable is 0, right? Default value of global variable is 0 plus A. A means first time when you are taking first time A, what is the value of A, update value? A equal to 4, right friends? Okay, A is updated to 4, right? First time when you call first time, therefore it is taking 4. 0 plus 4 that equal 4, C will be 4. Where I had to store that value? In global variable. Why do you want to store in global variable? Because there is no declaration for C here, there is no declaration for C. Therefore, global variable C is updated to 4, right friends? Okay. After updating, control came back to this place. Now we are taking A equal to A star 2. Again when I call second time, right friends, second time, static variable is holding previous value that equal to 4, but B value is updated. So, A equal to 4 and B equal to A equal to 6, B equals to 2 only. Therefore, A equal to 6, next time it is updated like this, 4 becomes 6. What about C value? C already 4, because global variable value is always holding previous stage values, friends, because they are stored into static memory. Therefore, they are always holding previous stage values. Therefore, 4 plus 6 that equals to 10. Now, C is updated to 10. C updated to 10, right friends? Okay. After updating, control came back to here, it is printing values. Now, again C equals C plus A. C is nothing but global variable value C. What is global variable value C? That is equals to 10, right? Global variable value equal to C equal to 10. So, it is taking 10 plus A. A means main function variable A we need to consider, because the statement is inside main function, right? Inside main function. What is the main function variable A? That equal to 2. Therefore, 2. So, 10 plus 2 that equal to 12, friends. 12. Therefore, printf C means it is printing 12. Do you agree with the explanation? If you agree, simply type AG in the chat box. Okay. If you agree, simply type AG in the chat box, friends. Okay. Yes. Thanks for your quick response. Right. So, in this question I have taken opportunity to explain the behavior of global variable. Clear friends? Okay. We covered global variables, storage class, static variable and auto variables. Register variable same as auto variable, that is the reason I do not want to discuss on that. Okay. But let me explain some recursive based questions in the static variables. Okay. Yes, this question also I have taken from the one of the PYQ. Just observe there is a static variable and here also recursion. Of course, we already solved this model friends, okay. If condition recursion, I can skip this question because the simple question only, okay, because already PYQ question. If you want you can solve by yourself or else I will explain at least 2-3 steps because some new students also registered in this course. Okay, you try it, just take by taking 2 minutes. Can you try? Yeah, students who joined you can listen class, okay. Student who already attend my classroom course they can easily answer this question, but let me explain quickly. From the main function we are calling function f by passing input is 3, right friends, by passing input is 3. So, from here we are passing input is 3. Therefore, the variable n will be created. So, n value is equals to 3. Whatever this variable, static variable, you know static variable got created into static memory only one time and it was initialized to 2, x is equal to, right friends, x is equal to. After there are two printf statements, that is printf n and then printf x. N means it is printing 3, x means it is printing 2, right. After x plus plus means post increment, whether it is post increment or pre increment does not matter if you do not initialize with any value. So, you are not initializing with any variable, right. Therefore, post increment and pre increment will behave in the same manner if you do not initialize with to any variable, okay. Therefore, x plus means that equals to 3. After check the condition n greater than 1, so 3 greater than 1 condition true, therefore, call this function, but while I am calling this function rest of the statements must be under waiting stage, okay. So, therefore, I had to call this function by remembering return address of this function. So, that is called f of n minus 1. Afterwards, I can execute statement, that is printf x. What is the common mistake doing by the students? They are directly printing value of x at this point of time only. If you directly print the value of x at this point of time, x value equal to 3, they are by mistaking they are writing 3, but it is not the correct approach for solving the question. When do you print this value? Only after completion of execution of this function block, then only we can evaluate printf statement. By the time you complete this function code, there is a high probability that x value may be modified also, because what is variable x here? Static variable, right? Okay. So, therefore, do not write the value of x here. This is a common mistake doing by the students in the class, in the exam. So, if I call this function with input is 2, so from here I am passing value equal to 2 friends. Again new variable n will be created, n is equals to 2. But static variable is not recreated, not reinitialized. Therefore, it is printing x, print n whose value equals to 2. After printf x, what is the value of x friends here? X value equal to 3, which is updated now. X value updated to 3. After x plus means it is updated to 4. Okay. Now, check the condition n greater than 1, yes, 2 greater than 1 condition true. Again I had to call this function by remembering return address. With the help of return address I can execute subsequent statements, that is f of n minus 1 printf x. Now, if I call this function with the input is 1, Now again static variable not recreated, not reinitialized, therefore two printf statements. Printf n, what is n value friends here? N value equals to 1, printf 1 and printf x. Now what is x value? X value equals to 4, right. Afterwards x plus plus, x plus plus means x is equals to 5. Now n greater than 1, check the value of n, 1, 1 greater than 1 condition false. So the moment condition false, then the statement or function call associated with that condition will not be executed, but subsequent statement will be executed. So this is a function call which is associated with this condition, therefore that will be skipped, but rest of the statements will be executed. Even if you have 1000 statements here, all 1000 statements will be executed after failure of if condition. Therefore I want to execute printf statement, printf x. The reason is the function call fail, function call fail, right friends. If condition fail, that is the reason function call will not be executed. Printf x means what is the value of x? 1. Then can I stop the program here? No, because there are some pending statements waiting, right. Therefore after printing, control go back to previous stage. This activation code will be deleted from the stack, come back to here, printf x. What is the value of x here? At this point of value of x equal to 5 friends, okay. So therefore it is printing 5. After printing 5, come back to here, this activation got also deleted, come back to this place, it is executing printf x that equal to 5. This activation got also deleted. So return to operating system. So I got output is, this is the first printed value, that is 3, 2. Let me write the output. Output is first 3, next 2, 3, 2, after 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1, 1, 4, 1. Why it is 1? No, sorry for the mistake, it is not 1, it is x plus 5. Please excuse me, it is not 1, it is 5, right. After printing this value x plus plus, x plus plus means 5, okay. So therefore it is printing 5. So 1, 4, 5. After 5, it is printing 5, 5. Verify I got same answer or did I do any mistake in the calculation mistake? 3, 2, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 5, 5 like this, okay. Let me check your chart box answers. Correct. Most of you are giving same answer, right. 3, 2, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 5. I already told Akshay today it is only for C programming point of view, okay. Python will not be discussed today class. Data structures will be discussed tomorrow, Akshay. That question I already answered in the beginning itself only, right? Right, okay, fine. So once you understand this topic, now you tell me what is the time compressor of this program and what is the space complexity. Yeah, time compressor is very simple. See, you are starting with the value of n, every time you are decrementing and reaching value is equals to greater than 1, right. So starting from n, reaching as long as n greater than 1 we are calling this function, right, okay, means up to n greater than 1 we are calling. Therefore, for example, if you take input is equal to 3, 3, 2, 1, input is 3, 3 function calls, if input is n, n function calls are required. Therefore, time compressor for this program is theta of n, right. Time compressor for this program is theta of n because we are having n function calls for the input n. What about space complexity? Space complexity equal to maximum depth of recursion tree. Like we are taking a recursive function like 1 and then 2, 3, that's all. Only 3 activation records are there, including main we are having 4 activation records. So 4 activation records means we can say n plus 1 activation records. If input n equal to 3, 4 activation records including main. So therefore, if we consider input is n plus 1 activation records, so we can say theta of n. This is space complexity. So you can expect questions based on recursion in this way. Yes. This question which I have taken from the PYQ in order to address issues with respect to abnormal termination and then infinite loop, because most of the questions in the doubts clarification session they ask about this question, that is the reason I have taken this problem. Okay. I hope you already tried this problem, so therefore I do not want to give time once again, I will directly evaluate the problem. In the exam they will ask the question like this: what is the written value of f of 3? Most of the students send request to me to explain this problem, that is the reason I am taking this problem again. Okay. Written value of f of 3. It is another previous year question, they provided answer like maybe written value of f of 3 is 3 or 6, abnormal termination, infinite loop, like that. Okay. They will provide options based on the question only. So, let me check how exactly it is working. So, first you are giving input is 3, f of 3. So, when you call this function, the variable val got created whose value equal to 3. After there is a local variable means auto variable always stored into stack memory, right friends. Okay. Next, while val greater than 0, s greater than 0 condition true. If the condition true, we can execute this statement. If the condition fail, we can execute return value. So, condition is testing while val greater than 0 means it is testing condition val greater than 0 condition. If the condition true, we can execute it. Yes, condition true this time. If the condition true, what we have to do? We have to enter into while loop body and we can take x is equals to x plus f of, it is called post decrement operator. Post decrement operator means first go to memory location of val, bring and substitute that value here, that equal to 3, right, means we have to call f of 3. Afterwards, we have to execute this decrement operator on val. That is all. First you have to bring this value, means you have to access like this. Okay. You have to substitute this value here, afterwards you can decrement the value, right friends. Okay. If the condition fail, then there is one statement is waiting. What is statement? Return val. So, this statement will be executed after completion of while loop. Okay. After completion of execution of while loop code, we will execute return val. Clear friends. Okay. Next, again I am calling function with the input is equal to 3, the second activation record, input equal to 3, right. From here I am calling function with the input equal to 3. Then again new variable val get created, afterwards new variable x will be created. Every time these variables are recreated and reinitialized friends. Okay. Check the condition while val greater than 0, val greater than 0, yes true, condition true, because value is equal to 3. So, true, therefore, it is taking x is equals to x plus f of val minus means go to val position, from here access value, that equal to 3. After post decrement operator will work on val, that equals to 2, right friends. Okay. Afterwards it is taking x equal x plus f of val minus that equal to 3 only, f of 3, means you are substituting first, afterwards you are decrementing. Then when that return statement will be executed, after failure of while loop condition, return val. Now, what did you notice from this? In the activation record, first activation record content equal to 3, second activation record content equal to 3, third activation record also content equal to 3, means your stack is growing in this way. First it is calling with the input is 3, next again it is calling with the input is 3, again it is calling with the input is 3, like this. Stack is growing in downward direction. You know that there are different sections in stack in a memory. The bottom part is called static memory, right. On top of that we are having heap and then stack. If every time it is passing input is 3, it never meet the base condition, it never get fail. In that case, after sometimes what happen, stack completely occupied with the activation records, stack overflow occurs. If the stack overflow occurs, the program will be terminated abnormally. abnormal termination due to stack overflow. Clear, friends? Okay. This is a case we need to address about abnormal termination. Clear? Can you type CL in the chat box? Akshay, when they are asking about function calls, usually they don't provide main. If they provide main, we need to consider main also. Is it clear, Akshay? Whenever they are asking about number of function calls, they usually provide only recursive function. They don't include main function. In the program itself, they don't include main function, right? That's enough, friends. Okay. Next one. I know it is crossing 8:30. In the beginning, I promised up to 8:30. It's the last question based on today's class, friends. Okay. So let me explain this one. That's program, that is return value of f of 3. This question also posted many students. They are having doubt in this question. So here we are calling function f, friends. It is a very interesting problem. Just observe. So we are calling function f by passing value equal to 3. So therefore the variable val got created, val is equals to 3, and x also got created, x val equals to 0. Now check the condition, while val greater than 0 condition satisfied or not. Okay. So val greater than 0, is a condition satisfied or not? Yes, 3 greater than 0 condition satisfied. Therefore we had entered the loop body, x is equals to x plus f of val minus 1. It is expression, friends. Okay. What is val right now? That equal to 3. So 3 minus 1 whose value equals to 2, means I am calling function with f of 2. Means we are not updating val. We are not updating val. We are taking expression value only. Okay. We are taking expression result. That is result of val minus 1 is 2. Right. Afterwards you can execute this statement. Return val, which is under waiting stage. So next I am calling with input is equal to 2. Right, friends. First input is 3, second input is 2. Now new variable val get created. Create new variable val. X also recreated because of auto behavior. Now check the condition val greater than 0, 2 greater than 0, yes, 2 greater than 0 condition satisfied. Then x is equals to x plus f of val minus 1. At this point of time, in this activation record, what is val? Val is equals to 2. Therefore 2 minus 1, that equals to 1. Right? So here it is taking 2 minus 1, means next step it is taking 2 minus 1 whose value equals to 1. Right, friends? Okay. So therefore I want to call this function. But when this return statement will be executed, after completion of execution of recursive call, we can execute return val. Okay. So next time passing input is 1. So therefore again new variable val get created, val is equals to 1. New variable x also will be created, x is equals to 0. Check the condition val greater than 0. Yes, val value is 1, 1 greater than 0 true. Therefore x is equals to x plus, means we have to check the condition. Actually I am not explaining val condition, directly I am writing x equal to x plus f of val minus 1 means 0. Afterwards I can execute this statement, that is return val. Return val. If you want I can write that condition also, I can include the condition also, otherwise you will get confusion. Give me 1 minute, friends. Okay. Here we have written val condition, right? I will write condition also, otherwise you will get confusion. So here it will check the condition val greater than 0. Yes. If it is true, we can execute x is equals to x plus f of val minus 1. Next I am calling function with the input is 1. Therefore val get created, val is equals to 1 and x is equals to 0. Again check the condition, val greater than 0. Yes, val greater than 0 condition satisfied. Therefore, it is calling x is equals to x plus f of val minus 1. Val minus 1 means that equal to 0. Afterwards, you can execute return val statements. Where student often get confusion, in the last step they are getting confusion, friends. Okay, I will take more care this time to explain this problem. Just listen. The last step only most of the students are getting confusion. Kindly look at recursive stack, how it got created so far. First function call is f of 3, the first activation record. Next activation card is f of 2. Next activation card is f of 1. Next activation record is f of 0, friends. Okay, f of 0. Where stack is growing downward direction. In this way, stack is growing. Right. So now I am writing the one statement here. Number of activation records at this point of time. Number of activation record at this point of time. How many activation records? 4 activation records. 1, 2, 3, 4 activation records. Now whenever I am calling this function with the input is 0, n val is equals to 0, and x also got created, x is equal to 0. Now we will check the condition, val greater than 0, val greater than 0. So 0 greater than 0 condition fail. Once the condition fail, kindly listen, because most of the students getting confused here. Once the condition fail, then control will go back to previous stage. From here it will go back to previous stage. Right, friends. After going back, this activation got completely deleted from the stack. Means it is deleted. This activation got deleted. Now how many number of activation records are there? 3 activation records are there at this point of time. Okay. But actually what is this condition? Is it if condition? No, it is not if condition. What is one? While loop condition, right? So you know how exactly while loop will behave. If it is if condition, the execution is over, I can go back to previous stage, but it is a while loop condition, right? I hope you are getting, okay. So even if condition also, what happen? If condition it is checking, right? So while loop condition is keep on iterating, iterative loops, okay. But if condition only one time it is checking, it is only iterative conditions. Therefore, while val greater than 0 means what is value here? 1. 1 greater than 0, yes, it is true again. Here most of the students getting confusion, friends. Okay, 1 greater than 0, true. True means again I need to call this function like this. X is equals to x plus f of val minus 1, that is 0. Therefore, new activation card will be created here. New activation card will be created. Now number of activation card increased to 4 again. 4. Since value equal to 0, when I call this one value equal to 0. Whenever value equal to 0, greater than 0 condition fail, therefore again return val. So return val. So here it is going to return val. Here also we can say return val. What is return value actually? Return value is 0, that is x value is 0, 0 plus 0 that equal to 0. I forgot to explain this step. Return value equal to 0, 0 plus 0, 0 that is copy into x. Now it is checking the condition while val greater than 1, val greater than 0. What is value here? 1, 1 greater than 0 satisfied. Therefore, again return val means it will return 0, take the value of x that equal to 0. So 0 plus 0, again x value equal to 0 only, right. Then it is coming back to this place by deleting the x activation record. Now again check the condition, val greater than 0, yes, what is the val? 1, 1 greater than 0 satisfied. It means that in the stack, maximum number of activation records always 4 only, and it is oscillating like this, 4, 3, 4 afterwards 3, again 4 afterwards 3 like this. It means in this program, stack never get empty, stack never get overflow. It is keep on iterating by taking maximum activation records are 4 and then it change it to 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Means this program never get terminated. This type of behavior is called infinite loop behavior. Stack overflow is different, infinite loop is different, friends. Stack overflow means there is no space in the stack, that's why program got terminated. But infinite loop means stack contains space, some space is there, but program is not allowing to come out of the program, right. So therefore it is what we call it is infinite loop condition, okay. So answer for this question is infinite loop. It is not stack overflow, it is infinite loop, because stack never get full, at the same time stack never get empty. Yeah, if you understand infinite loop concept, simply type IN, IN means infinite loop. type IN in the chat box. IN. If you understood this concept, type IN in the chat box. IN. Right. Clear, friends, right? What is the time compressor of this program? Again, time compressor remains same, because it is, if input is 3, how many times you are calling this function? For 3, 2, 1, right? At the end we are calling with 0, right, friends? At the end we are calling with 0. But here this function is not terminating at 0. It is not terminating at 0. Infinite loop condition point of view, we cannot say directly it is theta of n. Sorry for the mistake. In the beginning I told it is theta of n. No, it is not like that. Because you keep on calling 3, 2, 1, 0. Again you are calling 0, 0. If it is infinite loop, there is no meaning of discussing time complexity, right? There is no meaning of discussing time complexity. We cannot discuss time complexity. But in the previous question, is it terminating or not? Yes, it is terminating. After how many calls it is terminating? Maybe it is terminating 3, 3, 3, it is calling, right? 3, 3. So how much depth is there in the stack? Those many times it is calling, right, friends? Okay. So here also for finding time complexities depends on the how much space in the stack. So abnormal termination case, infinite loop case, they don't ask time compression, they don't ask space compression, friends. Okay. So with this we successfully address one topic, that is storage classes. As I promised in the beginning, so we have to discuss 4 topics: storage classes and recursion. These 2 topics covered. Okay. So next my plan is to discuss pointers concept, most important topic, where I can expect minimum 2 marks, maximum 3 marks on the pointers. Okay. So next topic is pointers. Could you please confirm that are you able to hear me properly? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So the next topic is pointers, friends, where I am expecting minimum 2 marks, maximum 3 marks on this topic. So here we want to discuss basics and then advanced topics. Basics means, as we discussed in the classroom, like how to declare a pointer, how to assign address of variable to the pointer, how to pass address of variable to the function, right? What are the different types of issues with the pointers? Like we have dangling pointer problem, memory leakage problem, null pointer dereference problem, right? And then uninitialized pointer problem. So we want to address all those topics in the basics. Afterwards, next in advanced topics we want to discuss pointer to pointer, and after pointer to pointer, most important topic is pointer to string, and then pointer to structures, and pointer to functions, afterwards next one array of pointers, then pointer to one dimensional array, right, pointer to two dimensional array, that's all, and accessing 3-dimensional array elements also, right. So these are the important topics in pointers, friends. Okay, let us start with the basic concepts like how to declare pointer and how to pass address of variable to function and so on. Just imagine there is a function, there is a main function, where we are having values like int x is equals to 25. Afterwards, just I am printing the value of x, that is printf %d x. Afterwards, I am calling function by passing address of x. Afterwards, again I am printing the value of x, printf %d x. So in the function, the moment when I call this function, here I am going to define the function. So f is a function. Just try to understand the structure of the program, friends. So when you declare the variable, it is treated as a auto variable. You know, auto variables are stored into stack memory location. So therefore, the concept behind this program is, you always imagine this way. So, here we are having static memory, on top of that we are having heap and then stack, right. So, after completion of compilation process, when execution is starting, in the main function this variable is stored into activation record allocated for activation record space allocated for main function. So, therefore, assume that it is a space allocated for main function, x is equals to 25. As it is integer, assume that integer occupies 2 bytes of memory, but size of integer depends on the memory model. Examination point of view, there is no ambiguity about size of integer, there is no ambiguity about size of pointers. Okay, I am taking size of integer is 2 bytes. Okay, so therefore I am writing addresses from right to left, 100, 101. You know the reason why I am writing from right to left. Okay, because bits are assigned from right to left. That's the reason I am taking the first byte address and the second byte address. By assuming integer take 2 bytes, first byte and second byte address. Afterwards, the moment if you pass this address, passing address of x means you are passing only starting address of this variable. Okay, what is starting address here? That equals to 100. So, you are carrying this address. Okay. So, I think most of you already attend my classroom coaching. That is the reason I am not explaining why I am taking address from right to left. Okay, in the classroom coaching I already explained everything. Okay. So, therefore, I am passing address 100. Since I am passing address 100, to receive that address we need a pointer variable. We need to declare a pointer variable, because to receive that address normal variable is not enough, therefore pointer variable is required. So, whose address it is? It is address of x, address of x, but what type of type x? X is integer, right. So, therefore, I want to store address of integer, I want to store address of integer. What is a suitable variable can hold address of variable? That is called pointer variable. Therefore, I want to declare pointer like this: p is a pointer pointing of type int type. I am reading the reverse order. Okay. P is a pointer pointing of type int type. Since it is a formal parameter, therefore formal parameter is stored into stack memory. P got created under which function? Under f function, right, under f function. So, whenever P got created, P is holding address is equals to 100. Now, it is pointed into target, right. So, whenever pointer is pointed to particular target, we can access the target value by using star p like this, star p, right. Now, inside I am taking some statements here. Let me take int x equals to 25 and then star p is equals to star p plus x and then printf percentage d star p. So, when you pass address equal 100 to the pointer, where pointer, let me take this function is not return any value, therefore, I am taking return type of this function is void. So, this is local variable of the function f, therefore, it will be created into stack memory x equal 25. Afterwards, star p, what is the meaning of star p here? Whenever point is holding address, the target can be accessible by using star p, therefore, star p equal 25 friends, okay, star p equal to 25. What about x? X value also 25. So, shall take different value, otherwise here x 25, here also x 25, I will take another value in the place of 25, let me take it as something like 35, you will get more clarity about this one. So, it is 35. Just I am taking 35 friends, okay. So, therefore, star p is nothing but p is pointing to x memory location where x is available in the main function. So, star p is nothing but 25. So, 25 plus 35 which is equals to 60. So, star p updated to 60. Where is star p? It is star p, it is updated to 60. Means indirectly whose function variable is updated means main function variable x updated. Main function variable x is updated. Before we call this function, x value is equals to 25 it is printed. Clear friends, okay. After calling this function, at this point of time star p updated to 60, star p means indirectly main function variable x updated to 60. After print star p, it is printing 60 friends. So, whenever execution is completed for the function f, the activation record created for the function automatically deleted, it is no longer available. It means p also get deleted, right. Then control came back to calling place, program counter incremented. print x. Print x of which function? Main function variable x. But main function variable x already got updated, right? That equal to 60. So therefore it is printing value equal to 60. In this program I covered how to declare pointer, then how to pass address of variable to the pointer, and how to modify other function variables into the current function by using pointer variable. This is called indirect accessing. Suppose if you do not have pointers concept, then it is not possible to modify main function variable from the function f. So why we cannot modify means main function variable is auto variable having function scope. Therefore no other functions can access this variable x, we cannot modify them. But we can also modify local variables of main function in the function f by using pointer concept. So that is advantage of pointers, friends. Okay. So if you understood the basics, simply type u in the chat box. Passing address. Clear, right? Yeah. Let me take one more program based on the passing address. For example, I am taking one global variable int x is equals to 2. I am defining a function, let it be q, which is taking some integer argument. Int something like, can take it as z. Here we are writing z equals to something like z star x. Afterwards x is equals to z plus 5. Printf percentage d z comma x. Void p. Here I am declaring one variable, let it be int star y. Let me take some local variable int x equals to 5. Int x equal to 5. Afterwards we are passing, we are calling p of x q of x, and then x is equals to star y plus 2, and then printf percentage dx void main x equal to 5 p of ampersand of x, and then printf percentage d x. Yeah, you take exactly 1.5 minute time and try by yourself. After I'll explain, friends. Okay. Please post your answer in the chat box. I will also try simultaneously without wasting time. Kindly post your answer in the chat box, friends. Okay. Yeah, multiple answers are coming. 37, 5 and 7, 12, 7, 5. Yeah, I'll check it answer. Okay. You have another 1 minute time. 10, 15, 7, 2. I'm unable to read every one of your name, but I'm observing the answer also. Okay, don't worry about the response. So most of you are posting 10, 15, 7, 15. See, multiple people are getting multiple answers. Yeah, the time allocated for this question is over, friends. Okay, let me explain properly. In this problem, just observe, this is a global variable, right? Global variable is stored into static memory. So therefore, I am storing global variable x. Afterwards, when we compile this program, during compilation time, choice of memory layout will be finalized, as I already mentioned in the classroom. It is known as formal parameter. Formal parameter will be reset into the stack memory. Whereas there is no declaration for x here, right? There is no declaration. We have declaration for z like int z, but there is no declaration for x. Whenever local variable declaration is not available, it is giving preference to whom? Global variable. Therefore, q is accessing global variable x. Clear, friends? Okay. So we have two types of variables here. One is called local x, another one is global x. First one local x, another one is global x. Okay. What type of variable? Two times. Here we are having functions like main function, p function, and then q function. These are three types of functions are available. First, you need to understand which function is accessing local variable, which function is accessing global variable. That is the most important aspect in this problem. This one question cover many concepts, friends. Okay, storage classes will be covered, and also pointer concept also covered. Okay, just observe main function. First, focus on main function. Main function, there is no declaration for x. Whenever there is no declaration like int x, there is no declaration. Then it is treated as global variable x. Therefore, main is accessing global variable x. Next, when come back to p, in p function there is a local variable declaration. That's why it is giving preference to local variable x. So p is accessing local variable. When in q function there is no declaration for x, that's why it is taking global variable x. That's all. It means that we understood that both main and q are accessing global x and p is accessing local variable x. Now let me compile the program. While compiling, this global variable is stored into static memory. So it is called static memory block. Static memory block, right, friends? Okay. Afterwards, in p there is no global variable access, right? In main function it is accessing global variable. Fine. So once compilation process completed, q is converted into machine code, p also converted into machine code, main also converted into machine code. After compilation process completed, execution process starting from main function. Who is calling main? Operating system. So operating system is calling main function, friends. Okay. Then x is equal to 5. It is taking, main function is taking global variable x. So global variable x is updated to 5. Global variable x is updated to 5. Afterwards, I want to pass address of x. Whose variable x address you are passing? Global variable x address you are passing. So therefore, I am taking global variable x address is something like 100 and then 101. This is address. So therefore, I am calling p by passing global variable x address, that equals to 100. Now inside p, a formal parameter is created, that is called pointer variable. So inside p, formal parameter got created, which is holding address of x, that equals to 100. Y is a pointer holding address is 100. Then this pointer must point into 100 location, right? Like this. it is point into 100th location. Whenever pointer is point to 100th location, we can access content by using expression is called star p expression, that is star y expression. Whenever pointer is point into the target, we can access by using star y. What is star y now? Star y equal to 5, star y equal to 5. So therefore, here star y equal to 5 and x means the local variable x, local variable x is equal to 5, right friends, local variable x is equal to 5. After updating, I am calling q by passing x, means value of x we want to pass, value of x means local variable x we need to pass. So local variable x value equal to 5, therefore I am calling q by passing local variable x value whose value equal to 5. So that x value 5 will be copied into local variable z of q function. So q function having local variable z, that equals to 5, means this value of x is copied here, right friends. Okay. After z equals to z star x, it is not pointer symbol, it is a multiplication symbol, z star x. What is the value of x friends? What is the value of x means q is accessing global variable x. Right now global variable x value equals to 5, right now global variable x value equal to 5, right. Therefore it is taking 5 into z means 5, so 5 into 5 which is equal to 25, 5 into 5 that equal to 25. So update 5 into 5 that is 25 in z, therefore z is equals to 25, right friends. Okay. After updating, take the value of z, value of z equal to 25, 25 plus 5 30, but where I have to store the 30? The 30 will be stored into x, x means q is accessing global variable x. Okay. So global variable x value is updated to 30, global variable x value updated to 30, clear friends, 30. That is all. After updating 30, then print z comma x. What is z value? So z value equals 25 and x value is equals to 30. So first printed value is z value that equal to 25, right, and x value is equals to global variable x value which is equal to 30. Verify are you getting same answer or not? 25 comma 30. Afterwards control came back to this place. Now take the star y value. What is star y right now? Just look at here, star y updated to 30, star y is updated to 30, therefore star y is equal to 30, 30 plus 2 32, it is copied into local variable x, so local variable x is updated to 32, therefore it is printing value is equals to 32, right. So first printed 25 30 32, after reaching this closing brace, this activation record, earlier this activation got already deleted, now this activation got also deleted. Then control come back to calling place, it is asking x value, x means global variable value whose value equal to 30. So the output is 25, 30, 32 and then 30 friends. Okay. This is the output. Let me check how many of you made this correct answer. 25, 30. So no one started with 25. Any mistake have you done? Yes, Tejan Suikai, right. Same answer, right? It is a very interesting question actually. This question contains many concepts friends, okay, but I do not know why many students got wrong answers. Take 1 minute and go through it once. This is an interesting question. Many students give wrong answer for this question. Clear friends, okay. No, I didn't consider main x is local, right? Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. See, someone asking why main x is equals to global. See, because there is no declaration for x, right? There is no declaration. If you are having declaration like something like int x, then I can treat it as a local variable. There is no local declaration, that's why I treat it as a global variable. I hope I gave some enough time for answering this question. I will move to the next topic, friends, okay. So, based on this passing of address, there are so many questions in the gate, okay. Let me take one question. Suppose assume that we are having main function, let us assume that we are having variables like a is equals to 5, b is equal to 3 and c equal to 2 and d equals to 4. You can come across this type of question in the gate paper, friends, okay. Suppose I am calling a function f by passing address of a comma address of b, afterwards I will check the condition, some condition here. Suppose if a is less than, after modifying, if still a is less than b, a is less than b, then call f of b address of b and address of c. Just I am giving some random functions values, okay. So, afterwards printf percentage d b plus c plus d. It means that what they are expecting in this problem, they are expecting from the student that whether student is able to understanding pointer concept clearly or not, okay. So, they are passing address of and address of b. In that case, just let me create the variables first. Based on this concept, we have frequently asked question in gate paper, okay. Assuming address of a equal to 100, 101, 200, 201, 300, 301, 400, 401. Right, friends, okay. So, I am calling function f by passing address of a and address of b. Therefore, there is a function which is required to hold address of two variables, right. So, therefore, I am going to create two variables now. One is int star p, another one is int star q, where this function do not return any value. Clear, friends, okay. Local to this function, I am creating one more variable, let it be int star r. So, afterwards check the condition r star r is equals to star p and star p is equals to star q and star q is equals to star r, okay, star r, sorry, please excuse me, r equal to star p right. Yeah, just look at this program, friends. Here you are passing address of a and address of b, where address of a is 100, address of b is equal to 100. To receive these two addresses, we created two variables, pointers. So, create two pointers now, p pointer and then q pointer. P pointer is holding address equal 100, q pointer is holding address equal to 100. Then p is pointing to 100th location, where we can access value by using star p. q is pointing to 200 location, we can access by using star q, right. Afterwards, there is a local variable r also get created. So, r variable. Now, star p means content of star p copied into r. So, content of star p means here 5. So, that is copied into r equal to 5. After star p, star q copied into star p. Now, what is star q? Star q is equal to 3. Star q equal to 3. That is copied into star p. So, it is copied here 3. Right, friends. Afterwards, r value copied into star q. So, r value is 5 copied here. Right. After completion of execution of this closing bracket, those variables will be vanished from the stack. Therefore, p variable, q variable, r variable will be vanished from the stack. Then control came back to this position. It is checking the condition a less than b, a less than b. What is a? A is equal to 3 and b is equal to 5. Yes, 3 less than 5, correct. So, once it is correct, again I want to call function by passing address of b and address of c. As we understood that from the first function call, values of a and b get exchanged, right. In the same way, if I call b and c values get exchanged. Therefore, exchange these two values b and c 2, 5, right, friends. Directly you can write b plus c plus d. B is equals to 2, c is equal to 5 and d is equals to 4. Therefore, 2 plus 4, 5 plus 4, that equals total value equal to 7 plus 4, that equal 11. Clear? So, in this question I explained how to change the values of main function from somewhere else in the other function. Clear? The same model question asked 2-3 times in the GATE paper by changing the pattern of asking questions. Okay. So, this is one model where you are getting answer is 11. Okay. If you are comfortable with this explanation, simply type C in the chat box. C means comfortable. Right. Yeah, most of you are taking it right. So, let me change the same coding part now. Okay. Now, I am going to update this value. In the place of int r, I am taking this time int star. Right. So, int star r. Here you can keep it as simply p. That is all. With this modification, what is the answer for this question? I modified r equal to p equal to q and q equal to r. So, with this modification, what is the answer to this question? Just let me explain. Or else can you try by yourself first? Okay, you try and tell me what is the answer with this modification. With that modification, what is the answer? Can you try and tell me? Yes, most of you are giving answer is 9. Answer is 9. That is correct answer, friends. The simple reason is, see, you are passing address of A and address of B. So, they are copied into P comma Q. P is equal to 100 and Q equal to 200. Next, you are creating a pointer R. So, create pointer R. After creating pointer R, the content of P copied into P. What is the content of P? That equal 100 copied into R. Next, content of Q copied into P. So, content of Q is equal to 200, that is copied here. Then immediately it is pointing to 200 location, right. Afterwards, R value copied into Q. So, R value equal 100, that is copied here. Then this pointer is pointing to 100 location. That is it. After that, it is leaving this function block. Therefore, all these variables will be vanished from the stack. But is any impact of main function variable? No, there is no impact of main function variable. There is no impact of main function variable. So, as a result of calling this function, there is no impact of main function variable. Now, check the condition A less than B, condition false. A value 5 and B value 3, A less than B condition false. Therefore, B plus C plus D B is equal to 3, it is 2, 4. So, total value equals to 9. Clear friends, okay. So, this is the way you can expect questions in the gate paper, right. Clear friends, okay. Most of you already give answer is 9. Another one, suppose I am declaring an integer variable int I is equals to 265 comma j, and I am taking character pointer. Of course, we discussed this question in the class, but most of the students getting confusion about this question. That's why I am discussing in the class now. Okay, char star p, where p is equals to ampersand of I, j is equals to star p, printf percentage d j, after star p is equals to 32, printf percentage d I. Can you try by yourself? I will also try simultaneously. Can you try by yourself, friends? Just try and post your answer in the chat box. Second printf answer I want actually. First printf everybody can answer. Second printf answer is required. Most of you are giving 265 comma 32. Is it correct? 265 comma 32. Right, friends. Let me evaluate this problem. Int I is equals to 265. So, 265 will be converted into in the form of binary format. You know binary format of 265, like we can say, let me write here 265. So, 1 0 0 1 triple 0 4 zeros 1. It is a binary format of 265, friends, okay, where we can construct is 1 into 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, it is 2 power 3, 1 into 2 power 3, and 2 power 4, 2 power 5, 2 power 6, 2 power 7, 2 power 8, 1 into 2 power 8. Clear, friends, okay. So, 256 plus 8, 264 plus 1, 265. This total value equal to 265, where we are assigning from right to left. So, that is why I am taking it is starting address is 100, next location address is 101, right. Afterwards, P is a pointer pointing of type character, means compiler point of view P is pointing to character only, compiler point of view P is pointing to character. In such case, the pointer P got created. We are storing address of I. What compiler assumes that P is a pointed to character, therefore, it will take only starting address of I. Starting address of I means that equals to 100. Then this pointer is pointing to 100th location. Whenever I ask star P, it will access only first byte information, only first byte information. Do you know why it is taking first byte information? Because P is a pointer to character. You are informing to the compiler P is pointing to character. So, therefore, it will assume that target is character only, it will take only first byte information. That first byte information is assigned to J. Therefore, J is equals to only this value. So, J is equals to star P, right. What do you mean star P? J is equals to, star P is nothing but 4 zeros, 1 0 0 1 like this. Clear friends, okay. So therefore this value is treated as 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, that is 2 power 8, 2 power 8 plus 1, 2 power 8 plus 1 means 9 is the value. Therefore that J is holding value is equals to 9. Clear? J is holding value equal to 9. So therefore print J means it is printing first value equal to 9 friends. Afterwards, if you take star P is equals to 32, so star P equal to 30 means you are replacing this value with 32. You are replacing this value with 32 friends, okay. 32 means like we can say 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5. So that is called 32, right. Remaining values obviously zeros, right. So that is 32 value in the terms of binary number, right. So here it is 256 plus 32. How much 256 plus 32? 256 plus 32, 286 plus 288. Therefore, I value it is printing 288. Right friends, 288. So verify, are you getting same answer or not? 9 and 288, yes, correct. 9 and 288 is correct. It does not show any invalid pointer error, okay. Yeah, we will make other difference in this problem, just check it here. Int I equal to 65 and j. So in this case we are getting answer is 9 comma 288 friends. I want to change this problem once again, just observe. Suppose in the place of 265, if I consider it is only 255 friends, okay. If I consider only 255, in the place of 265 I am taking only 255. In that case how the program is executing? So we are creating I variable, that is 255 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 like this. This is bits representation of 255. like this. Okay. Assume that starting address is 100, it is 101. After there is a variable j also get created. Let me create j. Now compiler point of view, p is a pointer, pointing of type character type. So therefore the pointer p will be created. We are storing address of I into p. So address of I means 100. Now compiler point of view, p is pointing to whom? P is pointing to character. P is pointing to character. By default, every data type is signed data type. Okay, by default, every data type is signed data type. Therefore, it is pointing to signed character. Signed character. If it is signed character, explanation is looking like this. Just observe. If it is signed character, this total information accessible by using star p value. Star p. So therefore, j is equal to star p. Just observe how the program is changing in this case. So j is equal to star p, right? So j is equals to star p. Do you know how the star p will be validated now? What is star p, friends? Here star p is nothing but 1 1 1 1 like this, right? 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. This is star p. Clear? So therefore, how this value will be validated means p is a pointer to character. What type of character? Signed character. If it is signed character, leftmost bit always reserved for signed bit. Leftmost bit always reserved for sign bit. Therefore, sign bit minus 1 into its position is 2 power 7. 2 power 7. Remaining value indicates values. So this total value, how much this total value? It is 1 into, of course, this total if you sum up, you will get 127. So minus 1 into 2 power 7, that equals to minus 128. Minus 128 plus 127, this total equals to minus 1. So therefore, answer to this question is minus 1 is the answer for j. Clear? Same explanation here also, friends. Same explanation, but why didn't I explain like that means because see here leftmost bit is 0 bit. Because of 0 there is no impact of the minus sign. Okay, actually I supposed to explain this way. Minus 0 into 2 power 7 because of signed character. Remaining this total value is equals to, we are having 9. So anyway minus 0 into 2 power 7 means automatically it is 0 only, therefore 9. So that's where getting answer is 9 for this one, where it is answer is minus 1. Clear? So therefore, second question answer is not 9, second question answer is minus 1. Most of the students they are thinking 255 is answer. No, 255 is not correct answer because it is converted into signed character. So if it is signed character, leftmost bit is minus 1. So minus 1 into 2 to the power of 7 plus remaining part is 127. So total equal to minus 1. Is it clear, friends? Okay. So therefore, minus 1 is completed. After star p equal 32. So star p equal 32 means you are replacing this total value with 32. So how we are replacing 32? 1, 0, please excuse me. 32 means we are taking like this. 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5. 2 power 5 means 32. Clear, friends? Therefore, if I ask what is the value of I, now this total value becomes 32 only. So therefore 32. I am repeating once again in detail. First question answer is 9 and then 288, whereas second question answer is minus 1 and then 32. The reason is because of signed character. Here also signed character, there also signed character. Then definitely you will have one doubt, sir, if it is not signed character, if it is unsigned character, then what will happen? That pointer we will discuss now. Okay, third model I will discuss. But if it is clear so far, could you please type CL in the chat box? Type CL in the chat box. Jayesh, I read your message. Definitely I will address that message at the end. Okay. Last 15 minutes I will clear your doubts. You are talking about some other doubt not related to this one, right? I am reading every one of your doubts, friends. Okay. Definitely I will address those issues. If you have any doubt in the current situation, you can ask me. Okay. Right. Not clear means you didn't read the notes also. That is the reason you are getting not clear, right? It is not the first time we are discussing. I think I already covered this topic in the class also. Maybe some batches I didn't discuss this topic. I think so. That's why it is not clear. No, just see. This question is already there in the volume 1 book. From volume 1 book only I am taking these questions, okay. Textbook question only I am taking here, it is not different questions. After explanation also you are asking me one more time, means you didn't prepare so far. That's why you are asking, right? You have only 1 month time exam. It is not new question, it is in textbook question I am discussing. I am not scolding any one of you, please take my words in positive way. The textbook question and in the classroom also I explain this concept for 1 or 2 batches. Remaining batches I asked to do the problem at home. Anyway, that is none of my business whether you are working hard or not, but let me explain, as a teacher it is my responsibility, as you are asking me one more time. Right, listen properly, no problem, we will discuss slowly only. See here, first problem I am taking, it is 265, right, 265. So I is equal to 265, it means that you are converting into in the form of binary number. 265 equivalent binary number is looking like this: 1 0 0 1 0 0 0 0. Don't ask me how it is converted like that, okay. And afterwards 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. There are some serious students, they are expecting more from my side, that is the reason I want to justify them also, okay. Please understand my problem also. 100 and 101, let it be J here. Same thing I am writing here, I. This is value I am taking 255, I equal 255. For I equal 255 we cannot write like this, right. I equal to 255, we can take all are ones, okay. This is for I equal to 265, right. What did I explain this problem? Just listen carefully. P is a pointer to signed character by default. So P is a pointer to signed character means, so pointer get created, it is holding address of the starting byte address. Now this starting byte address we can access by using star P, because P is pointing to character, that's why it lacks only character size 1 byte, okay. So that is assigned to J, J is equals to star P, where star P is equals to 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 1. By default every pointer is signed character pointer here, it is signed character, by default is signed data type. Signed data means leftmost bit is reserved for signed bit, minus 0 into 2 power 7 like this, and remaining values whatever we are having, it is equals to 9. So anyway it is a 0, therefore you are getting this result equals to 9. So J is equals to 9. Afterwards you are modifying star P is equal to 32. So first one answer is 9. You are modifying star P equal to 32. So star P equal to 32 means you are replacing this total with 32. So 32 means 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, and then like this 32. 32 plus 256, right, 256 plus 32, that is equal to 88. Therefore it is printing 288. That is first question answer explanation, right. Now second time what I am trying to do, in the place of char star P, I am keeping char star P only, in the place of int I is equal to 65, I am replacing like this, int I is equals to 255, int I equal to 55. Then in that case what is the answer? If I equal to 255, 255 will be converted like this in the form of binary number, where starting address is 100, next byte address is 101. Here it is P and it is J, right. So take the starting address that equal to 100, it is pointing to 100th location. We can access value by using star P, but compiler point of view, P is a pointer pointing to signed character. So signed character means J is equals to star P, where star P is equal to all are ones, leftmost bit reserved for signed bit, minus 1 into 2 power 7, plus this total sum if you take, it is 127. So minus 127, minus 128 plus 127, that equal to minus 1. So J is holding value equals to minus 1 second time. So therefore second time answer is minus 1, right. Afterwards star P equal 32, star P equal 32 means it is replaced by completely 32, the value of 32. right. So, therefore, I value is equals to 32 next time, because this value is 0. Okay. Now, third model which I am going to explain, you do not write char star p, in the place of char star p you can keep it as unsigned char star p. So, if you replace this character variable as unsigned char star p, unsigned char star p, afterwards you are taking p is equal to ampersand of I, where I is initially you are taking 255 only, I initially you are taking 255 and j is equal, j simply normal variable. In that case, how this pointer will interpret, I equal to 255 means we can say leftmost bit all are like this, okay. It is p, it is I, we can take 100 and 101, now p. So, p is holding starting address. Whenever you are taking star p, compiler point of view, p is pointing to what type of pointer? Unsigned character pointer. So, since it is point unsigned character pointer, every bit is treated as normal bit only. Therefore, if I write j equal to star p, this statement, j equal to star p, it means like it will take all values are normal bits only. This total I equal how much? 255. Therefore, third time it is printing 255 j value, third time. And if you ask what is star p equal 32, you are replacing this value with 32, right. Therefore, it is printing next value is 32, that is all. So, round 1 is third case, okay. Square box is second case and 9,288 is first case. If it is clear, could you please type CL in the chat box? Clear, right? Right. Next, what are the different types of issues with related to pointer variable, friends? Okay, we are having issues like 3 types of issues. We can say 4 types. One is called dangling pointer problem, uninitialized pointer problem, memory leakage problem, another one is null pointer dereference problem. You have to read all these topics, okay. Null pointer dereference problem. So, I will take hardly 2-3 minutes only. I do not want to take much time for this topic, because I want to discuss advanced topics also. They are really important for the students. So, dangling pointer means your pointer variable is initially pointed to some memory location where variable x or something is available. Okay. Simply I am taking the main function, void main function. Here I am declaring pointer variable int star p, right. So, I am calling a function f, with this control will be transferred to f. Here I am creating one local variable int x equals something like 25. Afterwards I am returning address of x, return ampersand of x. So, since I am returning address of x, that is why it is return type is int star, its return type is int star. Okay. Now, here I am going to print the value of x, that is printf %d star p. Clear, friends? Okay. See what happened in this program. So, if you apply memory box concept, you know it is static memory, it is stack memory, right, friends. In between these two we are having heap memory also. So, whenever you are calling main function, just observe main function, main activation called load into stack. After there is a local variable p also got created. So, when I call this function, control will be transferred to f, there is a local variable x will be created, f x got created, x value equal to 25 friends, 25. Assume that its address is equal to 100, 101. Now I am going to return address of x. Address of x is 100, right? That address of x is copied into pointer p. Now this pointer p is pointing to target 100. We can access value by using star p. Means as soon as you return address, that address immediately copied into pointer p. Pointer p is pointing to 100 location where object x is available now. Clear? Where object x is available. Means p already holding address of x and p is pointing to that location, object x is already available. But after reaching semicolon, we reach the closing brace. The moment if reach the closing brace, it is the time to exit activation record from the stack. Therefore, we are exiting activation record from the stack. Means this activation got completely deleted from the stack, but still pointer p is pointing to 100 location only where no object is available. So the pointer initially pointing to some memory location where object x is available, but after some time the object is removed, but still pointer is pointing to same memory location. That type of problem is called dangling pointer problem. To resolve this type of issues, what you have to do, you can increase the lifetime of x variable. How do you increase the lifetime of x variable? In the place of normal x, you can keep it as in static x. You can keep it as static index. You know, static index is not stored into stack memory, it is stored into static memory. Then there is no issue with the dangling pointer problem. Okay, that is the first one. Next, uninitialized pointer problem means, for example, you declared one pointer here. Just look at it, friends. Assume that you declared pointer p. Now the pointer p is created into stack memory, but it is a local variable, right? If local variable got created and it is not initialized, by default what it contains? Garbage value. Therefore, p also contains some garbage address. P also contains some garbage address. Afterwards, suppose if you take star p is equals to something like 35, then do you know what will happen? P contains some garbage address. Suppose there is a garbage address on something like 1000 is the address. That 1000 address is copied here. Now we are forcefully modifying this location value with whom? 35. But actually that memory location is not reserved forever, right? It is some other memory location. We are trying to modify them. It is called illegal access, right? Okay, illegal access means there is a memory location which is allocated for some variable. Let it be some variable x here. Okay, you don't have any access to that variable, but you are forcefully manipulating the data. Suppose that memory location contains system processes. If you try to manipulate system process, there is a high probability that entire system may crash. That's why whenever you declare pointer, it is compulsory you have to initialize the pointer. If you don't initialize the pointer, it is called uninitialized pointer problem. Okay, how do I overcome the uninitialized pointer problem? Means you can overcome by initializing. Suppose you declare pointer, you declare the pointer, you don't know whether you are going to use it or not. Then what you have to do, you can make it as null. You can make it as null, so that it is declared, but at this point of time it is inactive state, means it is not pointed to any location, valid location. Clear? Even if you write star p equal to 35 here, okay, that will not give that much impact, but it is giving error, that is null pointer dereference error. Okay, system will not crash, but it is giving error is null pointer dereference error. So uninitialized pointer problem means pointer got created but not initialized, that is called uninitialized pointer problem. Null pointer dereference means you declared pointer as null pointer. Afterwards, you are assigning star p equal to 35, which is not valid. It is called null pointer dereference problem. Okay. So what is the correct way of accessing this one means? First, what you have to do, you can make some variable declaration int I is equal to 5, then make p is equal to ampersand of I. Okay, p is equal to ampersand of I. Afterwards, you can make star p is equal to 35, which is valid now. Initially p is pointing to no memory location. After some time p is pointing to some valid memory location. That value is updated to 35, which is valid. Okay. So dangling pointer completed, uninitialized pointer completed, null pointer also completed. Next, memory leakage problem. Now, what is the meaning of memory leakage? So far, if it is clear, could you please type U? U means understood. Type U in the chat box. Understood, right? Yeah. What is the meaning of memory leakage problem? It is static storage class. On top of that, it is heap and then stack. Heap and stack. They are continuously growing in opposite directions. So, what is the meaning of memory leakage problem? Generally, this memory leakage problem related to heap memory. Heap memory. For example, just imagine we have main function, void main function. Here I am declaring a pointer p, int star p. Afterwards, I am calling function f. Just I am calling function f. Then what we are expecting, since it is a pointer always expecting address, right? Okay. Therefore, I am waiting for address sending by the function f. Then control will be transferred to called function. There is a function f. Okay. There is a function f. Here what I am going to do, here I am going to create one local variable which is called int star something like q, int star q. Clear, friends? Okay. Now I am calling mloc function. mloc function create memory into heap during runtime of the program. How much memory you want? For example, you want size of integer. So, size of is an operator which is computing size of integer occupied. Suppose assume that integer occupies 2 bytes of memory, then mloc function allocate 2 bytes of memory into heap. So, assume that here 2 bytes of memory got created. Okay. First activation code is main, second activation code is f. In f I called q function, there is a pointer q and here there is a pointer p. Try to understand, friends. Okay. So, whenever I call function f and if I call mloc function allocates size of integer in heap location. So, it is creating size of integer in heap location 100, 101. Afterwards, whatever memory it is allocated, it will return base address of the allocated memory. The BT of mloc function is first point, mloc function allocate memory into heap. This question asked in the gate paper one time. Okay. So, how it will allocate means dynamically during runtime. This question also asked in the gate paper. Okay. Dynamic memory allocation done by the heap by using mloc function. Clear, friends? Okay. And mloc function automatically returns the base address of the allocated memory. What is the base address of the allocated memory here? 100. So, it will return 100. But who can hold that address? Pointer q can hold address. Therefore, I am taking q here. But actually q is of type int star, right? Q is of type int star. mloc return type is void star. mloc return type is void star. By default, mloc return type is void star. But your pointer variable is equal to q is int star data type. That's why we are taking typecasting like int star. mloc return type is void star, but your variable q is int star type. That's why you are taking explicit typecasting. You are doing like this. Okay. But is it necessary to do explicit typecasting? No, no. mloc automatically making typecasting based on the left side variable. That's why explicit typecasting is optional. This statement also asked in the gate paper one time. mloc function explicit typecasting is not required, it is optional only. It means that now q is holding the address written by mloc. What is address written by mloc? 100. So, 100. It means that q contain address is equal to 100. Remember, q is available in stack memory location, where this location is heap memory location. From stack memory, it is pointed to heap memory. From stack memory, it is pointed to heap memory. So, therefore, I can access value by using star q. Is it clear, friends? Okay. Afterwards, I am going to return content of q. Content of q. Why I am returning content of q? Because its return type is here pointer type, right? Pointer type. So, therefore, int star is a pointer type. Okay. So, the moment if I write return q, it will return content of q. What is the content of q, friends? 100. It will return 100. Okay. Therefore, p is holding address equal to 100. So, hold p value that equals to 100. But after returning you are coming out of this block, right? The moment if you are coming out of this block, this activation got completely deleted. That activation got completely deleted. Is it clear, friends? This activation got completely deleted. Then control came back to this place. P is holding address equals to 100. Now you can access value by using star P. Therefore, here I can apply star P is equal to something like 32. Yes, we can modify 32. Clear? So, in this program, there is no dangling pointer problem, there is no uninitialized pointer problem, there is no null pointer difference problem, there is no memory leakage also. Program is over, there is no memory leakage also. But where is the concept of memory leakage? So, memory leakage concept will occurs only, just observe friends. Suppose if I call this function multiple times, you called first time, you store the value equal 32. Assume that you are running inside the for loop for I equals to 1, I less than or equal to something like 1000, I plus plus. Means how many times you have to call this function? 1000 times. 1000 times. So, first time when you call 2 bytes of memory got created. When you call second time, another 2 bytes of memory get created. Third time, another 2 bytes of memory got created. Like that it will be created 1000 times 2 bytes of 2 bytes will be created. If it is created 2 bytes every time and that memory is got not released, automatically after some time memory exhausted, right? Right. So, that is the reason whenever you create memory by using MLOP function, it is essential to clean that memory by using free function. Okay. You have to use free function, that free function will release the memory. If you don't call, if you don't use free function, it is creating memory leakage problem. Even if you write 2 times here, for example, I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 2, just 2 times all I am calling. Even if you call 2 times, when you are working in second 2 bytes of memory, the first created 2 bytes of memory is unused only, right? That is also called memory leakage problem only. So, if you run MLOP function more than one time, if you run MLOP function more than one time, memory leakage problem only we need to consider. Okay. What is memory leakage problem? Programmer has created memory into heap, but he forgot to delete it, which is no longer used in the current situation, that is called memory leakage problem. Okay. Yes. Is it clear? If it is clear, type M in the chat box. M means memory leakage is clear. Type M in the chat box, friends. Type M in the chat box. Thank you. With this, basic concepts are completed. Now we want to address next topic like advanced topics in pointers. So, most of you typed it is M, so it means no issues are there, right? How will you get recording session of this? So, it is available recording session. Okay. After session is over, you can watch it. Okay. So, advanced topic I need to go little bit slow, friends. Okay, because I am expecting compulsory question from advanced topic. So, I will go little bit slow. The first topic is pointer to pointer. The basic concept you need to understand how to declare a pointer to another pointer, right friends, okay, a pointer to another pointer. Very simple explanation I will provide here, try to understand. Suppose if I take declaration, data type and purpose of the declaration. Declaration, data type and purpose, okay. For example, if I declare int I, what is the data type of variable means? Just take the word before the variable, that is called data type. For example, it is a word before the variable, that is called data type, friends, okay. It is a data type. Therefore, data type of I is int. What is the purpose of that variable means? I want to store some value, that is all. I want to store some value. Let it be value which I am storing is equals to 10, okay. So, therefore, the purpose is the variable I got created which is holding value equal to 10, friends. Assume that starting address is 100, next byte address is 101. Next byte address is 101, clear. Afterwards, I want to create pointer to variable I. To create pointer to any variable, first write data type of that variable, okay. Write data type of that variable, that equal to int. Afterwards, take one extra star, name the pointer variable, that is all, okay. You can read like this, P is a pointer, pointing to whom? Pointing of type int data type. P is a pointer, pointing of type int data type. Who is int data type in this case? I is int data type. That is why the purpose of this variable is address of I is copied into P, friends. Address of I copied into P. So, therefore, the pointer P will be created. Assume that its address is equal to 200. You know, pointer also having some memory location, right? 200 and 201. Therefore, the pointer is holding address is equal to 100. It is pointed into target like this, right, friends, okay. And I can access value by using star P. I can access that value by using star P. Next, what is the data type of this P? Data type of variable means simply take the word before the variable, that is called data type. You take this word, that is the data type of that variable. So, therefore, the data type of this variable is int star, that is all. Fine. You create a variable, you declare pointer to that variable. Now, my plan is to create pointer to another pointer. Suppose P is a pointer, I want to create a pointer to P. To create a pointer to any variable, first write its data type. Data type is equals to int star. Take one extra star, name the pointer variable, right, friends, okay. In this case, we can read like this, Q is a pointer, pointing of type int star type. Q is a pointer pointing of type int star type. Who is int star type here? That is P. Therefore, address of P copied into Q. Address of P copied into Q. Therefore, Q pointer got created holding address is equal to 100. We can access value by using star Q. You can access that value by using star Q, right, friends, okay. Afterwards, what is the data type of Q? Data type of Q means just write the word before the variable, that is called data type. Is a word before the variable, okay. So, therefore, you can take it as int star star, this is a data type. I am planning to create pointer to Q also, then write the data type of that variable int star star, create one extra star, name the pointer variable. We can say R is a pointer pointing of type int double star. Who is int double star? Who is int double star means Q. Therefore, address of Q copied into P also. P. Therefore, the please excuse me, address of Q is copied into R. Therefore, R variable got created. Assume that it is something like 300 and then 301. Now we got address is 300, it is pointed to this location. We can access value by using star R. This is the way how we are making pointer to pointer. What is the data type of R? Data type of R is just take the word before the variable. This is called data type. Therefore, int star star. Clear? So, like that what you understand, if 2 stars are there, if you want to create, you have to create with 3 stars. For example, if I have variable of type like int, here I am having 5 stars. If you want to create pointer to this variable, first write data type of this variable. Afterwards take one extra star, name the pointer variable. Afterwards you can say t is equal to ampersand of s. So, that is the concept of pointer to pointer. But one important point is, just observe friends, how we interpreting this diagram is important. Okay. Here I is the original name, star p is the alias. Alias means another name. As I told many times, my name is Srinivas. Right now I am teaching programming language. PL sir. PL is my alias. Okay. If PL sir is absent, Srinivas is also absent. In the same way, alias of I is equal to star p, friends. Okay. Now from here, P is the original name. Who is alias? Star Q. Therefore, P and star Q both are same. Both are same. Right. Therefore, in the place of P, I can replace with star Q. Extra, I have one more star. Right. Similarly, Q original name, who is alias? Star R. Star R is alias. That is in the place of Q, I can also write alias star R. But extra one more star is there, right? In the place of Q, I am writing star R, extra one more star is there. In the same way, in the place of Q, I can write one star, extra 2 more stars are there. This is the way we need to understand pointer to pointer concepts, friends. Okay. So, based on this topic, we have questions in the gate paper also, pointer to pointer, we need to address those questions also. Okay. I hope clear, right? No need to ask. Take 1 minute time, no problem. Just go through 1 minute. Yeah, nobody mentioned doubts, right friends? Okay. Let me take one simple question. Suppose in the main function, I am taking some variables like int a is equals to 20, comma star b, comma star star c. After I am assigning address of a to b and address of b to c. After I am calling statement like this, printf percentage d f of, I am passing like values like a, b, c. Just observe this program, friends. So, there are 3 variables I created, one is a, another one is b, another one is star star c. So, let me create quickly those variables. That is 100, 101, 200, 201, 300, 301. Try to understand first one. Address of A is copied into B. So, address of A means 100, that is copied into B. Then this pointer is pointing to 100 location. We can access value by using star B. Next, address of B is copied into C. Address of B is 200, that is copied into C. Then we can access value by using ampersand of C. Right friends, okay. If it is ampersand of C, we can access value by using star, what is B? Star C. B is equal to star C and A is equal to star star C. So, up to this concept is clear everybody, right? Okay. Suppose if I call the function by passing ABC, then control will be transferred to called function. Here there is a function f. What is a variable a type? Integer type, right friends, okay. So therefore I am creating int a, int x I am taking. What is a b type friends? B type is int star type. That's why I am creating int star type, int star p. What is C type? Int double star. So therefore I am creating int double star. Let it be q, int double star q, right. Here I am taking modifications, like there is some local variable z equals to 5. Afterwards I am taking z is equals to x plus star p plus star star q, and then star p is equals to z and z is equals to star star q plus star p, and then star star q is equals to z plus star p. Whatever modification I want, I can do like this, okay. Randomly I am taking statements to explain in detail about the pointer to pointer friends, okay. Do you want to work on this problem 1 minute? Okay, take 1 minute and try. What is the answer you are getting? I already explained starting, you also try. And post your answer. What is the answer? Here, sorry, here I want written some value, right? Written z plus star star q. Randomly I am taking values friends, okay. Can you try this question and tell me answer? $480, okay. Banu, we'll check it, Banu. Yeah, most of you are giving answer is 300. Let me give priority to 300 friends, just observe. So here there is a local variable z, so create local variable z whose value equals to 5. Afterwards it is taking star p and star star q. So what do you mean by star p and what do you mean by star star q? You should understand here there is x and what value you are passing friends? A value. A value equal 20 and content of b. Now what is content of b? That equal 100. Content of c. So content of c is 200. Therefore x is holding value equals 20 and p is holding content equals 100, q is holding content equals to 200. Right friends, okay. Afterwards there is a local variable z equal to 5 got created. But remember, whenever p is holding address, it must point into target location. So, we can access value by using star p, right, and whenever q is holding address is 200, it is pointed 200 location, we can say it is star q. Now, can I say b and star q both are equivalent? Yes, because b is the original name, star q is alias. So, wherever b is there, I can replace it with star q. Here b is available, here b is available, therefore, in the place of b I can replace with star q. It is only for b, b is replaced by star q, but extra one more star is there, that is why I am taking star. That's if you understand diagram, problem is over. Repeating once again, okay. Q is holding 200 address, it is pointed 200, so that is why we are calling it star q. B and star q both are same, therefore, wherever b is there I can replace with star q, but extra one more star is there, that is why I am taking star, star q, clear. So, it is star q. If you want, I will draw the diagram properly. This part I will draw once again. We will draw big diagram. A, initially A is holding value equal to 20. Since B is pointed here, that is why we can call it as star B. We can call it as star B, right? And C is holding this place. So, B is nothing but star C. In the place of B, I am writing star C. Extra we have star. After P is pointing to 100 location, that is why it is called star P. Q is pointing to 200 location, that is why it is star Q. Means B is equal to star Q. B is equal to star Q. Here B is available, I am writing star Q. Extra one more star. That is all. These many ways I can access the value of A. A is the original name, remaining are alias. Therefore, come back to here. Star P, what is star P, friends? Star P equal 20. So, star P equal 20. Star Q. So, star Q also 20. 20 plus x. What is x, friends? X also 20. This total equal to 60. So, z updated to 60. Next, z value which is 60 copy into star P. So, it is star P, it is updated to 60. Indirectly 5 variables updated. What are 5 variables? A, star B, star C, star P, like this. All these are updated. After star P is equal to 60, star Q is equal to also 60, because all of them are representing same location. Z is equals to 120, right? So, Z value equal to 120. What about star P? Again 120, because please excuse me. Z value equal 120, Z equal updated to 120, Z value is 120, friends. But what is star P? Star P is equals to 60, therefore it is taking 60. 60 plus star Q, that equal 180. So, star Q updated to 180. Then after written Z plus, Z is equals to 120, star Q 180, right? 180 plus 120, that equal 200, 300 is the answer, right? Okay. So, it is returning 300, it is printing value 300. Verify how you got 300? Yes. Why some people are posting 480? Yeah, Shankar, we will discuss that question also, okay? Sure. You post your analysis also. What is the answer you are getting for that? We will discuss the typecasting. Shankar, you also post your analysis for that question, okay? With this, pointer to pointer concept is over. Next, pointer to array element. It is a most important topic where they are frequently asking questions in the gate. Suppose if I declare an array int a of 5 is equals to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. In that case, the array will be created. With starting index is 0, 1, 2, 3. By assuming starting address is 100 and integer occupies 2 bytes. Okay. Just assume that starting address is 100, integer occupies 2 bytes. Therefore, A is array name which contain base address of the array that equal to 100. Clear, friends? Okay. So, which is equals to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. What are the important points you need to remember? Array name itself contain address of the array. Array name itself contain address of the array, means base address of the array. Generally, what type of variable can hold address? Pointer variable can hold address. Therefore, this array name itself a pointer variable. Array name itself a pointer variable. Clear? If array name itself a pointer variable, then why are you assigning again pointer to array element? We are saying that array name is holding base address of the array. Generally, what type of variable can hold base address? Pointer variable can hold address. If pointer variable can hold address, then array name itself a pointer. Yes, array name itself a pointer. Then why you want to assign again another pointer? Yes, there is a requirement. The requirement is A is what type of pointer? Means, for example, if I write A is equals to A plus 1, A plus 1, it is illegal statement. Why it is illegal statement? Because A means base address of the array 100 plus 1 into, it is not normal arithmetic addition. In normal arithmetic addition 100 plus 1, 101. But when it comes to pointer, that scalar 1 must be multiplied by data type to which it is pointing. Okay. So, here 1 into what type of data it is? Integer data. That is why it is multiplying size of integer like this 102. Means you are modifying content of A with 102. 102 means you are changing this address to 102. Then it has to point into 102 location. It is an illegal statement in C programming, because array name always a pointer which is holding starting address of the array only. If you change the address, it is giving error is called segmentation fault error. Okay, because it is a constant pointer where we cannot change the content of the constant pointer. Therefore, generally compiler will generate segmentation fault error like that. Okay, so therefore, A equal to A plus 1 is not a valid statement, illegal statement. Okay, it is not valid. Then how can I get this address? How can I get this address? You declare pointer. How to declare? P is a pointer, pointer of type integer. After declaring, you can write P is equals to A plus 1, which is valid statement. Which is valid statement. In that case, P equal to A plus 1, which is valid statement, friends. Okay. So, A means array name which is equal to starting address plus 1 into size of integer, that is 2 bytes, that equal 102. So, therefore, the pointer P is holding 102 address. Here one important point is negative index is also allowed in array. Okay. So, through the pointer, because nowadays they are asking frequently with the negative indexes. Okay. And do not get confusion with the Python DS students. In Python, negative index is starting from last value, right. So, here the negative index is different, say. So, P it is starting index is 0, because P assumes that array is starting from 102, that is why it is index 0. Next location is 1, next location is 2, next location is 3, and previous index we can access by using -1. So, this is one point you need to understand. Okay. What is the point I explained? Array name is a pointer which is a constant pointer, always holds base address of the array, and P is a pointer, variable pointer. I can change the content of P, no problem, because variable pointer. Now, P is point to 102. After some time, if my mood is not good, I can make it to 104 also. Yes, I can change it. Okay. That is why it is variable pointer, it is constant pointer. Clear, friends? Okay. Now, what is the other important point you have to understand? That is called subscript rule, which is most important for you. Subscript rule. in compiler point of view, a of I can be expressed as star of a plus I. This is called subscript rule. For example, if you want to evaluate a of 3, we can write it as star of a plus 3, which equal to star of a means you know base address of the array. Base address of the array is 100 here, friends. Okay, it is 100 plus 3 into size of integer. As I mentioned already, 3 means scalar. Whenever you are taking constant or scalar, with the addition to the pointer address means address holding by the pointer, then it should multiply by the size of data type which is holding. Okay, so therefore, in this address integer data type is there. Therefore, I multiply the size of integer, which equals star of 106. Means I am taking content in 106. What is content in 106? That equal to 40. Right, friends. Okay, so therefore, it is giving value equal to 40. Right. So this is called subscript rule. This subscript rule we can also use in a different way, which is the most important for you. Just observe, friends. A of I, as I mentioned, star of a plus I, right? Addition is a commutative property. According to set theory, addition is taking commutative property. That's a plus I, we can also write as I plus a. Right? I can bring I outside and I can write I subscript of a. Therefore, all these 4 expressions are equivalent. Okay? So, compiler point of view, a of I star of a plus I star of I plus a, I of a, all are equivalent. All are equivalent. Okay? Therefore, suppose if I write the statement printf percentage d if I write a of 2, a of 3, star of a plus 3, star of 3 plus a, star of 3 plus a and 3 of a, all these are equivalent only. So, what is a of 3? A of 3 is equals to 40. A of 3 equal 40. That is why everywhere it is printing 40, 40, 40, 40 like this. Right, friends. Okay. With respect to negative index also we can access. For example, if you want to access p of minus 1, what is p of minus 1? 10. So, compiler point of view p of minus 1 will be evaluated like this. P of minus 1 is equals to star of p plus minus 1 into size of integer, because it is point integer, right? That is size of integer, which equals star of p. What is p? That equal 1 or 2. Please observe, p equal 1 or 2. So, 1 or 2 plus minus 1 into 2, that equal minus 2, which equals star of 100 minus 2, that equals to 100. Means content in 100 location. What is content in 100 location? 10. That is why it is giving value equal 10. So, these are the most important basic concepts regarding one dimensional array elements. Okay. If everything is clear so far, simply type CL in the chat box, friends. There are many questions based on this topic, friends. Okay. By using negative indexes, many questions are there. Right. Here I want to explain one important point. Because based on this topic they ask question frequently. For example, if I create an integer array along with 2 pointers, where p is equal to ampersand of 0, q is equals to ampersand of a of 4, printf percentage d q minus p. course no need to write any brackets. Can you work on this problem and tell me what is the answer? Assume that integer occupies 2 bytes of memory. Assume that integer occupies 2 bytes of memory. Just work on it and tell me what is the answer. Ganesh, you have typed a very big question. Definitely I will look into that question also. Ganesh, if possible I will discuss today, otherwise I will discuss tomorrow class also, because tomorrow also we are having question. You have my WhatsApp number, right? Just send it to me, my WhatsApp number, so that I will discuss that question, because you are suddenly sending the question, maybe I may or may not get idea about the question immediately. So if you give some time, I definitely I will look into that question and I will address your issue. Yes. Just look at here, friends. In pointers, you need to remember there are some arithmetic operations are there. Suppose if the P is a pointer, Q is a pointer. What are arithmetic operations are not allowed in pointers? First one, P plus Q, which is not allowed. If P is a pointer, Q is a pointer, P plus Q is not allowed, and P divided by Q not allowed, P multiplied by Q not allowed, P mod Q also not allowed. These are illegal statements, okay, invalid statements. Addition of 2 pointers, division of 2 pointers, multiplication of division pointer, modular division of 2 pointers are not allowed. But what is allowed means we can make the difference between 2 pointers, which is allowed. We can make the difference between 2 pointers, we can allowed, or else we can make plus plus P, increment of the pointer is allowed, decrement of the pointer is allowed, provided that context is existing, okay. Post increment also allowed, post decrement also allowed. In this context, friends, say P contains starting byte address, that equal P equal to 100, and Q is holding 4th byte address, that is 108, okay. Whenever we are asking Q minus P, generally it is taking in this way, Q minus P is equals to Q is pointing to 108, Q is pointing to 108, right, P is pointing to 100. It must be divided by size of the data which is residing in that address, okay, that is size of data type. This is the formula you should understand, okay, size of data type, because they are frequently asking this type of question in the gate, okay. That is 108 minus 100, that equal 8. What type of data you are taking? Integer data, which occupies 2 bytes, okay. So therefore it is 2 bytes, that equal to 4. Do you know what is the meaning of 4? It means that there are 4 elements, are there starting from Q to P like this. The difference between this and this memory occupies the 4 elements. So for example, Q is nothing but here, right, and P is nothing but this one. So Q is 4 elements away from P, 4 elements away from P. So like it is a first element, second element, third element, it is a fourth element. So 4 indicates that Q is 4 elements away from the P. Clear, friends, okay. So therefore 4 indicates number of elements. Is it clear? This question is one of the most important basic concepts in pointer to array elements. Right. Then how to pass address of array to a function? For example, if I consider there is a main function, here we are declaring one integer array, right, friends. Just I am calling function f by passing array name with value equal to 5, right. So, the moment if I call this function, control will be transferred to called function. There is a function f. Since I am passing array name, you know array name always contain base address of the array, right. For example, here see, there is an array which is holding base address of the array, friends, 100, 102, 104, 106, 108, 01, 2, 3, 4 like this. So, we are having elements like 12, 7, 3, 4, 2, where A is holding base address. Since you are passing array name always carries base address. The base address of the array is equals to 100, comma 5, 100, comma 5. To receive that base address, I need a pointer, because integer address, right, that is why I need integer pointer. I am creating p is a pointer pointing of type integer, and I am taking another variable is called n, right friends. Okay. Here I am writing some value. Suppose if n less than or equal to 0, return 1, else if this condition fail, I want to check the condition. If star p mod 2 is equals to 0, then return f of p plus 1 comma n minus 2, f of p plus 1 comma n minus 2. If this condition fail, else you have to return f of p plus 1 star p mod equal to 0, p plus 1 comma n minus 2, otherwise 1 minute friends. Okay. Instead of calling like this, what we will do, we can add some values also, we will get more clarity. Return something like star p plus f of, we are taking p plus 1 comma n minus 2, okay, because we need to include every value. So, let me take it as n minus 1, n minus 1, which is star p minus f of p plus 1 comma n minus 1. Yes. So, you can expect questions like this in the gate paper, okay, because they are returning integer value, therefore, I am giving return type is integer. Can you work on this and tell me quickly what is the answer for this? Quickly post your answer in the chat box. some people posted is 23, some people posted is 19. I will explain quickly without wasting time, just listen friends, okay, already 5 minutes over. So, how do you interpret this problem? You are calling function f by passing a comma 5, right, okay. So, you are calling function f by passing base address of their array 100 comma 5. So, the moment if I call this function, two variables got created, one is pointer p, another one is n. So, let us create pointer p which is holding address is 100 and n which is holding value is equal to 5, right friends, okay. So, therefore, it is pointing to 100th location, we can access value by using star p. Now, it will check the condition n value less than or equal to 0, no, n value less than or equal to 0 condition fail, star p mod 2 equal to 0. So, star p mod 2 equal to 0 means star p equal to 100 here, right, 100. So, 100 mod 2 is equal to 0, please excuse me, p is equals to 100. So, star p means 12 friends, star p means 12, 12 mod 2 is equal to 0. So, 12 mod 2 equal to 0 means obviously true. If it is true, we can execute this statement, that is star p plus f of p plus 1 comma n minus 1. Therefore, star p plus f of p plus 1 comma n minus 1. How do you interpret p plus 1? P right now how much friends? 100. So, whenever I write p plus 1, you can interpret like this. P plus 1 is nothing but 100 plus 1 into size of integer, 1 into size of integer, because p is pointing to integer, right, that is the size of integer. So, it becomes 1 or 2 comma n minus 1, n minus 1 means 5 minus 1, that equal to 4, right. Afterwards, we can execute return statement. What is star p here friends? Star p means 12. So, it is taking this value is 12 and it is waiting for this function. Actually, function call will be evaluated first, remember that, okay. Function call will be evaluated first. Therefore, you are calling this function 102 comma 4. From here it is calling 102 comma 4. To receive this 102, again new pointer p will be created. 102, n is equal to how much friends? 4. So, therefore, this pointer p is pointing to 102 location. We can access value by using star p, right. Therefore, star p minus f of again p plus 1 comma n minus 1. P plus 1 means p is right now point 102, 102 plus 2 into 2, 104 friends, okay, 104 comma n minus 1, that is 3. So, next I am calling 104 comma 3, next function call. So, if it is here, from here I am calling this function 104 comma 3 I am calling, right friends, okay. So, therefore, create new pointer p 104 and n is equals to 3. Now, this pointer is pointing to 104, we can access value by using star p. Now, again check the condition n less than or equal to 0 fail, star p mod equal to 0 fail, therefore, else part will be executed, that is star p minus f of 106 comma 2. If I call this function, p is pointing to 106, n is holding value equal to 2. So, it is pointing to 106, we can say it is star p. This time star p mod 2 equal to 0. So, therefore, it is taking star p plus f of 108 comma 1. comma 1. Therefore, if I call this one p equal to 108 and n is equals to 1. So, therefore, it is pointed to this location, right. So, we can call it as star p again. Verify star p mod 2 equal to 0, yes. If it is 0, then we can say star p plus f of p plus 1 110 comma 0. If I call this function, again p variable get created, p equal to 110 and n is equal to 0 friends. But actually this 110 is out of the scope. It is not reserved for our program. That's why we need to terminate the program, right? That is the reason in the base condition, just check base condition. What is the base condition of the program? Whenever n less than or equal to 0, return 1. Return 1. Therefore, it will return 1. It is giving back 1, friends, okay? 1. Then this activation got completely deleted. It is no longer available. Then we have one pending statement that is called return statement. Remember, whenever this activation got deleted, these two variables also lost, okay? So, p variable lost and n variable also lost. Now, take the value of star p, where p is pointing 108, star p means 108 value. So, 108 value is 2. So, 2 plus 1 that equal 3, return statement return 3 to previous level, it is 2 plus 1 3. Therefore, this activation got also deleted, it is also deleted. Now, take the value of star p. What is p, friends, here? 106. Star p means value in 106. Value in 106 is 4. 4 plus 3 is 7. So, return 7. So, it will return 7 here, right, friends, 7. After this activation got also deleted, friends. Then take the value of star p. So, star p means 104 value, that equal 3. 3 minus 7, that is minus 4. Return minus 4. Am I doing the correct way? 2 plus 1 3 and star p that equal 4 plus 3 7. Afterwards star p is 3. 3 minus 7 that equal minus 4, right? Now, take star p is equal to 7 because p equal 102, right? Therefore, 7 minus 4, actually it is minus and the return value is minus, minus minus plus, right? So, minus into minus plus. So, that equals to star p 7 minus of minus 4, that equals to 11. Therefore, return 11. Afterwards star p, what is star p value, friends? This activation got also deleted now. What is star p? Star p is equals to 100. 100 plus 100 star p value equal 12. 12 plus 11 that equals 23. Therefore, it will give value back is equals to 23. So, answer to this question is 23. Exam point of view, it is easy to answer the question. I will explain in a simple approach, just observe, friends. See, exam point of view, how we are going to do this problem. See, this program says that if star p mod 2 equal to 0, means if it is even number, take that number plus. If it is odd number, take that number minus. If you understand that logic, exam point of view, very quickly you can solve. Look at first one is odd number, sorry, first number is even number, right? Therefore, even number means we can apply plus operation. First number is even number, that's at 12 plus, it is calling function like this. Second value is 7, 7 is odd number, therefore you can take 7 minus. Next one is 3 is odd number, therefore 3 minus. Next one 4 is even number, 4 plus. Next one 2 is even number, 2 plus. Now it is giving back value equals to 1, because whenever it is reaching n value equal to 0, it will return 1. At this point of time, n is equals to 5, 4, 3, 2, sorry, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 like this, okay. So, therefore, it is giving value back is equal to 1, 2 plus 1 that equal to 3, 4 plus 3 that equal to 7, 3 minus 7 that equal to minus 4, that equals to 11, the total value is equals to 23. Yeah. If you like it, simply type L in the chat box. So, the next topic is array of pointers, okay. So, in array of pointers, we are discussing the same as one dimensional array only, but each location is ready to hold address of the variable. For example, if I have 3 variables here, int x is equals to 5, y is equal to 6, z is equals to 10. In order to store address of these 3 variables, we need actually 3 pointers, right. Generally, we are declaring 3 pointers in this way, int star p, comma star q, comma star r. Afterwards, we are writing p is equals to ampersand of x, q is equals to ampersand of y, and z is equals to r equals to ampersand of z. clear. So, after getting PQR, then the memory will be allocated for these 3 variables. And we have 3 pointers. X, Y and then Z, where x is equal to 5 and y equal to 6, z equals to 10. Assuming its address is 100, so we have 3 pointers now, P, Q, R, 3 pointers, where the first point is holding address of x, so address of x is equals to 100. Second point is holding address of y, that equal to 200, and the third point is holding address of z, that is 300, right friends, okay. So, therefore, this pointer is pointing to 100th location, 200 location, 300 location. This is a concept which we discussed so far. But generally, suppose if there are more number of variables get increased, in that case we need to declare more number of pointers. So, it is very difficult for us to declare pointer variables with the different names. Therefore, the strategy is here, in the place of PQR, what we will do, we will make it as an, simply we can make it as one array, okay. Instead of PQR, we will make it as an array, right friends, okay. So, by taking it as an array, how do you declare this kind of array? It is an array where each location is a pointer. Then how do you declare this type of array? Simply you can take, say, x is a array of 3, x is array of 3 pointers, where every pointer is pointing of type integer data type, that is all, okay. So, do you know why I am reading from right to left here? Because array subscript is having high priority over star operator. Therefore, we can read like this, x is array of 3 pointers, x is array of 3 pointers, each point is pointing of type int type. So, therefore, here I can create x here, where the pointer name is equals to 0, where this pointer name is equals to 1, where this pointer name is equal to, that is x of 0, x of 1, x of 2, 3 pointers are there, okay. Of course, here we can eliminate this part. Okay, you can remove this part, okay. Here also you can remove. Just imagine it is only one space, okay. This is one space, the second space, like this, okay. Each and every location is a pointer, that point is pointed to corresponding variable, friends, okay. Then how to access them? Say, in the place of p equal to ampersand of x, but who is p now? X of 0. Therefore, you can make it as x of 0 is equals to ampersand of x. What about q? Q is equal to ampersand of y, but q is nothing but x of 1. So, x of 1 is equals to ampersand of y. R equals to ampersand of z, we can say x of 2 is equals to ampersand of z. Clear, friends? Then how to access them? We can access by using star name of the pointer. Name of the pointer is x of 0, and it is nothing but star x of 1. It is nothing but star x of 2. That's all, okay. So, these are the pointer values. Therefore, if you want to print them, we can print values like for I is equals to 0, I less than 3, I plus plus, printf percentage d star of x of I. So, this is the way we are going to print the values, right friends, okay. In that case, star x of 0 means it is nothing but value in 0th location, that equals to 5. Next, star x of 1, that equal to 6, star x of 2, that equal to 10. So, this is the way how we are going to access values by using array of pointers, okay. So, is the array of pointer concept is clear? If it is clear, simply type CL in the chat box, I will discuss on program. Clear, right? Yeah. Let us consider this program. Suppose void main. Here we are declaring integer array. Let us consider an integer array. Int a of 5 is equals to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Afterwards, you can consider int star p of 5 is equals to a plus 4, a plus 3, a plus 2, a plus 1, a, int star p of 5. So, afterwards I am taking one more pointer, let it be int star star q, int star star q, where initially q is pointing to the content of array, means base address of the array, because p is array of pointers. So, I can hold it like this, okay, content of p. Afterwards, you can declare, let me take one, let it be p of 3, p of 3. So, afterwards if I ask the question like printf percentage d star star q, star star q. Can you work on this and tell me what is the answer for this question, this array of pointers concept, and work on it and tell me what is the answer. You please post your answer in the chat box. Yeah, what is your answer? 20, right? Yes. Correct. So, you understood the pattern of array of pointers concept, right? Please observe, p is array of 5 pointers. So, therefore, I created 5 pointers here, whereas first point is holding address is a plus 4. A plus 4 means a is equal to base address of the array. Therefore, a plus 4 means, please observe, a plus 4 indicating that a is equal to base address, that equal 100 plus 4 into size of integer, because a is integer array, that is a multiply size of integer, which is equals to 108. A plus 4 means 108. Similarly, if I take a plus 3, obviously equal 106. Like that we can store the addresses. Therefore, a plus 4 means 108, 106, 104, 102, 100. Afterwards, these variables, these pointers are pointed to corresponding locations. P of 0 is pointing to 108, and it is pointing to 106, it is pointing to 104, 102, and it is pointing to 100 location, right friends, okay. Afterwards, what is q? Q is a pointer pointing of type int star data type. Who is having int star data type? Means p is having int star data type, p is having int star data type. That is a p of 3, content of p of 3 copied into q, which is correct. What is p of 3? P of 3 is equal to 102, 102, right. Are you storing p of 3 or are you storing address of p of 3? Actually, p of 3 means you are storing address of a of 3, right, address of a of 3, which is not correct actually in this case, right. Try to understand this statement. P of 3 means what is p of 3? P of 3 is nothing but here 102, but 102 is not address of the pointer, 102 is address of integer. I hope you are understanding what I am trying to say. So therefore, definitely it is giving syntax error. Okay, we cannot store address like this. Okay, so this is not the correct way of write the program. What you had write here, it is not p of 3. Most of you giving answer is 20. No, it is not correct. Here we need to store address of p of 3, friends. Okay, am I right or wrong? Because I want to store address of p of 3. What is address of p of 3? 206. If you agree, simply type AG in the chat box. Earlier I had taken p of 3, it is not correct. Ampersand of p of 3. Do you agree or not? But how we are getting 20 directly? Most of you typing it is 20, right? Agree now? Right. So therefore, if q is equals to ampersand of p of 3, friends, concept is concept always. Okay. So therefore, q contains 206. Now it is pointing 206. We can access value by using star q. If it is star q, then wherever it is pointing, that content will be accessible by using star q, friends. Okay. So this is called star q. Right. Afterwards, a of 1, that is nothing but star q. So which is giving value is equals to 20. Now it become 20, but earlier it was not 20. Please understand that a syntax error it will give, because p of 3 is the integer pointer, right? But q is a double pointer. We are storing value into integer pointer. Double pointer is not valid. Okay, this is a correct syntax. I hope it is clear, every one of you, right? Okay, we will go to next question. This is array of pointers. Next one, pointed to string. This is one of the most important topic in programming in C. You should understand the behavior of string constant first. See the difference between string and string constant concept. Just observe, friends. Suppose if I write the program void main char star p is equals to India, which I explained in the class, char star printf percentage s, simply I am taking p. See the difference between these two programs. Void main char p is equals to India, which equals 6 locations. Afterwards, printf percentage p. See the output point of view, there is no huge difference between these two, friends. Okay, but you need to understand the storage area where they exactly stored. Please try to understand. So here we are having static memory. On top of that we have heap and then stack. Here we have static memory. On top of that we have heap and then stack. See, whenever you compile this program, during compilation time, you are informing to the compiler p is a pointer pointing to character type. But you know that pointer always waiting for address of the variable, right? In that case, it is treated as string constant, because string constant is also a pointer. Like the way how we are making, if you have two pointers in star p comma star q, where suppose p is holding address of some integer I and q is holding address of integer j, q is holding address of integer j, then we can make p is equals to q, which is valid syntax, right? because P is integer address, Q is integer address. So, content of Q copy into P, which is valid statement. In the same way, here P is a pointer. If P is a pointer, everything in double quotes is also treated as a pointer, that is string constant. If the P is variable, in this case it is string variable. Unfortunately, there is no string data type in C. We have integer data type, character data type, float data type, but we do not have any string data type. To make string data type, we are using character array. Clear? What is the difference between these two? It is treated as string constant. String constants will be stored into static memory block. Okay. So, suppose if I consider static memory block, here is a memory main function static memory allocated. Inside the static memory, that string constant will be created like this. Okay. By taking in dia followed by null character. This character constant will be stored sequentially in contiguous location 101, 102, 103, 104, 105 like this. Okay. Whereas in this case, in the second program, it is not stored into static memory. Whenever operating system is calling main function load into stack memory. Right. Here there is an array which is having india followed by null character. Right. So, we are having address 100, 101, 102, 103 like this. Okay. Whereas array name always holding starting address, that equals to P equal to 100. 0th index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index, fifth index like this. That is the difference between these two friends. Okay. It is stored into static memory, that is stored into stack memory. So, in this example what happened, whenever operating system is calling main function, main load into stack, then there is a local pointer variable is there, right. So, the local pointer variable P will be created. What is the beauty of this string constant? If I call string constant automatically return base address of the allocated memory for that string constant. What is the base address here? 100. That 100 is copied into P. Right. Now, this pointer P is pointing to 100th location. Pointer P is pointing to 100th location. Clear? So, from that location I am going to access this value. Therefore, printf percentage %p means P is nothing but base address of the string constant, that equal to 100. Percentage S always accepts address, percentage D accepts integer, percentage C accepts character, percentage S always accepts address. What it will do by using that address? From that address it is printing character by character until it encounters null character. Therefore, it is printing output is india. Clear friends? Okay. Now, what about next one? In this case also same concept, but what is the difference means is string variable, it is called string constant initialization. Okay. So, therefore, in this case it is printing same string, that is india. There is no difference between output, but there is a difference in the implementation of the concept. Okay. Now, internally how this India will be stored in the memory means when it takes string constant india, you can visualize in this way. It is a most important aspect because many GATE questions including 2023 paper also, they focus only on this concept. This is a core concept where you need to answer. Okay. So, we are having india India. I am taking same example which I explained in the class, so that you do not have confusion, right. I may take different example, but again you will get confusion because you already done revision. That is the reason I am taking same examples only. Okay. See, it is user point of view. User is thinking in this way. What is user view? Every character must be stored in the form of character constant and it is automatically terminated by null character. And these characters stored in contiguous memory location 101, 102, 103, 104, 105 like this. It is user perspective. But compiler point of view, compiler never work with the character constants, right. What it will do compiler? Compiler will convert this character constant to the corresponding ASCII values. Remember friends, it is compulsory you have to remember ASCII values. Before last year question also based on ASCII values only. It is compulsory you have to remember. But luckily last time they provide ASCII values in the table itself. how they are lucky, but it is not possible every time they will provide ASCII values in the table. Last year question, before last year question, they provide ASCII value of star, ASCII value of division, ASCII value of multiplication and so on. Okay. Now take ASCII value of I is nothing but ninth character means 73 and N is nothing but 78, D means fourth character, that is 68 and it is 73, A means 65 ASCII value backslash 0 is null, that equals 0. Okay. It is compulsory you have to remember ASCII values, friends, and these ASCII values again convert into binary format. These ASCII values again convert into binary format. It is digital computer point of view, because digital computer can understand only ones and zeros. Therefore, digital computer point of view, it will understand only ones and zeros. That's the reason it is converted into binary format. I am not writing binary format here. In this aspect, which is the most important phase, means this is the most important stage, because they are asking questions based on ASCII values only, which I already explained in the class also. Okay. Let me explain more examples based on this topic, how ASCII values are useful for you. So, they are asking questions like this: void main. Suppose if I consider char star P is equal to something like India, and then if I take let me take an array otherwise. Okay, give me 1 minute. Let me take C of 6. After some taking char star P is equal to base address of the array, then printf percentage S, and starting from C plus, we can take it as something like P of zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take P of 4 minus P of 2. This I am taking random example, friends. Okay. You may expect questions like this in this format, because 1 or 2 times they ask in the gate paper in this fashion. That is the reason I am taking same model questions. You please understand what is C. C is nothing but starting address of the string constant. Okay. It is not string constant, it is string variable initialization. Please understand, because left side is string variable, that side is string variable initialization. I want to explain one more point. String variable initialization can be done in 3 different ways. So, one approach is looking like this. See, one approach is we can take char C of 6 is equals to double quotes INDIA. It is one approach, or else char C of 6 is equals to, last year they asked question based on initialization also, friends. Just refer carefully last year paper, you can understand. From the initialization of string variable also they asked one question. Okay. So, we can take individual character also, I, N, D, I, A followed by null character. Okay. Or else we can take char C of 6 is equals to, we can take group of characters in double quotes, or else we can take individual character terminated with null character, or else we can take ASCII values also directly. So, ASCII values 73, 78, 68 and then 73, 65, 0. So, this is the way we can initialize string variable, friends. 3 ways we can initialize. Last year we have one question based on string variable initialization also. Now, come back to here. Suppose here we are having C is array name which contains 0, 1, 2 like I, N, D, I, A followed by null character. So, 100, 101, 102, 3, 4, 5. So, C is holding base address, correct, friends. Okay. So, therefore, base address is equals to 100 plus P of 4. What is P? P is holding starting address that equal to 100. Now see what is P of 4 friends. P of 4 means just observe it is 100, P of 0, P of 1, P of 2, P of 3, P of 4. So P of 4 is nothing but A. But compiler point of view it is taking ASCII value of A friends, okay. Now what is ASCII value of A? That equals 65. ASCII value of A equals 65. Afterwards you are taking P of 2. So what is P of 2? This is P of 2, right, P of 2. What is P of 2 value friends? ASCII value of D, ASCII value of D. So ASCII value of D as I mentioned that is 68, okay. So that is this value equal to 68. Then it is performing minus operation between these two. But actually it is a scalar which is adding to the address, that should be multiplied by the size of the data which they are pointing, okay. Please excuse me. It is pointing to size of the data which is pointing. So to whom it is pointing? It is pointing to character, right, character. So therefore it should be multiplied by it is 65 multiplied by size of the character minus P of 2 that equals 68 multiplied by size of character, which equals to 100 plus 65 minus 68. How much friend? That is minus 3. So minus 3, right. So minus 3. So that equal 97 is not a valid address. We will make small change in the question, okay. In the place of P of 4 minus P of 2, we can make it as P of 2 and this P of 4. It is P of 2, it is P of 4. Just I am making changes because I am taking question randomly. So P of 2 minus P of 4. It should be some valid address friends, simple logic, it should be some valid address. What is P of 2? P of 2 is equal to 68. 68 into 1 minus P of 4 that equals to 65. So 65 into 1. So which is equals to 68 minus 65 which equal to 3. So it is 103, right, 103. Percentages will take 103, from 103 onwards it is printing character by character. Now start from 103 it is printing IA. So therefore the output for this program is IA. So you need to practice questions based on ASCII values friends, okay, because they are frequently asking questions only based on ASCII values. In pointer to string most important topic is ASCII values, okay. Is it clear? If you understand ASCII values simply type A in the chat box, okay. If you understood ASCII value, simply type A in the chat box. While subtraction you are asking it, subtraction means say 68 minus 65, Abdul you are asking subtraction, 68 minus 65 that equal 3, right, okay. Therefore 100 plus 3, actually why you are multiplying 1 you are asking, I think, because whenever you are taking scalar you are adding to the address means scalar should be multiplied with size of the data which is holding address, okay. In this address what type of data? Character data, that is why multiply the size of character. Is it clear? Okay. And one more point, just observe. Suppose if I write the question like main printf %c and double quotes India of 3, India of 3. So how compiler will interpret this statement? As I explained earlier, India is a string constant. String constant is stored into static memory. So it will take string constant in the static memory having IN DIA followed by null character, that equal 100, 101 like this, okay. Afterwards, whenever I call function India, it means it is a string constant. String constant automatically return base address. So it will return base address that equal 100. 100 of 3 it is taking. 100 of 3. India of 3, which is valid syntax. 100 of 3. So therefore it is taking 100 of 3. What is 100 of 3? It is 100 of 0, 100 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Therefore 100 of 3 means it is printing the output is I, friends. Okay. In the place of C, if you use percentage %d, it is printing ASCII value of I. For example, in the place of C, if I use percentage %d, it is printing ASCII value of I. Based on this also we have one question gate paper, okay, ASCII values. If I use percentage %d, in the place of I, it is printing ASCII value of I. So ASCII value of I, 9 means that equals 73. Clear? So this is a simple basic concept you need to understand, you have to go through in this way. Or else maybe in the exam they may also ask the question like this. Printf percentage %c star of India, okay, India, and then that's all, star of India. Just if they ask question like this. So how you are going to interpret? India is a string constant automatically return base address. Can you tell me what is the answer for this question? What you are thinking of this answer? Can you post in the chat box? Yes. Yes, Muhammad. Muhammad, yes, you are right. It is required to divide with the size. It is compulsory, Muhammad. I, yes. See, whenever you are writing this one, star I means it is giving base address of the string constant. The base address of the string constant is 100. Then it is applying star here. Star of 100 means character or content in the 100 location, that equal I will be printed. So these are basic concepts in pointer to string or string constant, friends. Okay. I hope all these concepts are clear. Next, what else I need to discuss regarding pointer to string? Maybe they may ask questions based on pointer to string with recursion concept, okay, which I explained in the class. Maybe some new students are attending. That's the reason I want to explain this question. Void main, you are taking ABC is a function, where in the ABC function I am passing string constant is 3. This is one question where student often getting confusion with this. I will explain overall idea of this question, friends. Okay. Afterwards I will move to new topic. So void ABC, because I am frequently getting mail from this topic. You remember, whenever I call ABC function by passing string constant, you have to understand that string constant is stored into static memory. So therefore I have to create string constant. One, 2, 3 followed by null character, assuming starting at 100, 101, 102, 103, right, friends. Okay. Afterwards, the moment if you call ABC function, it is passing starting address of the string constant. What is starting address of the string constant? 100 is the address. String constant automatically return base address. That base address is passing as a input parameter. Okay. To receive this address, we need a pointer. That's why I am going to create pointer. Let it be char star yes, like this. Okay, char star yes. Inside we are having execution code, like here S is created, S is holding address is equals to 100, where it is 0th index, first index, second index, third index with respect to this S variable, right, friends. Okay. Here I am giving some base condition in the recursive program. If suppose S of 0 is equals to null character, then control automatically return to the previous stage of the program. But right now what is S of 0? S of 0 is 1, it is not a null character. If it is not a null character, you can execute recursive program like this, ABC of s plus 1 and ABC of s plus 1 and then printf This question is beautiful question because it consisting of recursion topic within the string constant, most important application. That's why I am focusing on this. Okay. In this program, how the program is executing, just observe friends. From main function, we are calling ABC by passing string constant. What is string constant value, friends? String constant value equals to 100. So it is passing like this. After checking base condition not satisfied, therefore ABC of s plus 1, that is ABC of s plus 1. What is s right now? 100. Therefore s plus 1 is nothing but it is computing like this. S plus 1 means 100 plus 1 into size of character, which equal 101. Therefore ABC of 101, here ABC of 101, after printf s of 0. Those two are under waiting state, right friends. Okay. Now I am calling function ABC of 101. So when I call ABC of 101, this value equal to 101, again new variable s will be created, s equal to 101. Therefore with respect to this s, it is starting like 0, 1, 2, previous index is minus 1, previous index is minus 1. Now check the condition, s of 0 null character, no it is not a null character, then again two function calls followed by printf statement. Therefore two function calls ABC of s plus 1 that equal 102, ABC of s plus 1 that equal 102, afterwards printf s of 0, right friends. Okay. So if I call this function ABC of 102 with the input is 102, again new variable s will be created, s equal to 102, it is 0, 1, previous value minus 1, minus 2, they are indexes. Now with respect to this s of 0 equal to 3, so this condition fail, therefore again remaining part of the program will be executed, that is ABC of s plus 1, 103, 103, print s of 0. Right friends. Okay. Therefore if I call this function, again new variable s will be created, we can say 0, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, they are indexes. Check the condition, s of 0 equal to null character, yes, this time s of 0 equal to null character condition satisfied, right. So therefore if I call this function, control automatically it into previous stage, control it into previous stage. Therefore this activation record will be deleted from the stack. Means so far how many activation records created in the stack? Stack contains only 4 activation records now. I am discussing space complexity, kindly wait here. 1, 2, 3, 4 activation records. These are under waiting state, please observe. Okay, these are under waiting state. They are not entering into the stack. So first ABC of 100, ABC of 101, ABC of 102, ABC of 103. Your stack is growing in downward direction. 4 activation records. 1, 2, 3, 4 activation records. The moment if you return this value, this variable will be deleted from the stack. Then control come back to here. I will use different color, we will get more clarity. I am really getting tension because exams are very near to you. I do not know whether my explanation and everything useful for you or not, but I believe it is useful. That is why I am running a little bit faster. I do not want to waste your valuable time, because in the class I explain very slowly these topics. Everybody know all these concepts, but just refresh point of view I am explaining. But somewhere in the corner I am feeling like, am I wasting their time or not? Okay, because I know the importance of time. Let me try my level best, okay, without wasting your valuable time, friends. So ABC of 103, next function is ABC of 103. So therefore after 102 it is calling 103, after 103 again it is calling 103, correct. Therefore function call sequence is looking like this. First we called 100, after it's 101, after it's 102, after it's 103, again we are calling 103. This is 103 function call. then automatically control return to previous stage. Now it is printing S of 0. S of 0 means S right now 102 location, friends. S right now 102 location. Therefore, 102 location 0, S of 0 means that equal to 3. The first printed value is 3, right. After printing, control come back to here. This activation code also deleted. Now ABC of 102. We no need to implement ABC of 102 once again, because we already implemented here with how many function calls? 3 function calls. What are they? ABC of 102, 103, 103. Therefore, again these 3 function calls will be repeated now. 102, 103, 103. After repeating, it is printing output is equals to 3. Then control come back to here, it is executing S of 0. S right now it is 101 location. So in 101 location, S of 0 means 2. S of 1 means 2, right. So therefore it is printing 2, friends. After control come back to here, we can come out of this part. 332 like this, okay. Then control coming back to this place. Now it is taking ABC of 101. What is ABC of 101? ABC of 101 output is 332, which we already completed. But how many function calls are required for ABC of 101? How many function calls means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, again 6, 7. 7 function calls are required. So if I expand this ABC of 101, again same tree will be generated, which is giving these many function calls. Starting from here to up to here, it is regenerating. Repeating once again, ABC of 101 will create 101, 102, 103, come back here 103, again come back 102, 103, 103. 7 function calls will be created. Total 7 function calls, clear. After creating 7 function calls, it is printing output is 332, 332. Then control came back to calling place. Now it is taking printf S of 0. What is S of 0, friends? S of 0 is nothing but S is 100, S of 0 equal to 1. Then come back to here, control it into operating system. Therefore, output of this program is 332, 332, 1. That is output. So output of this program 332, 332, 1. Now what type of question they will ask in the gate? They may ask time complexity, they may ask space complexity, they may ask formula for number of function calls, they may ask formula for number of characters to be printed. Observe how to create formula for number of function calls and number of characters printed. Output is completed, right? So we are having, first we are calling ABC of 100, which in terms it is splitting. Then it is ABC of 101, again it is splitting into 3 parts. ABC of 102, again it is splitting into 3 parts. Here we are calling ABC of 103, right. This statement is printf statement. It is ABC printf statement. Try to understand how many function calls are in this program. So number of function calls if I consider, and number of characters printed. See, at this level we have only one function call. In computer science, everything can be expressed in terms of power of 2, okay, power of 2. So here how many function calls, just look at here, how many function calls are there? 2 function calls, 1 printf statement, friends, okay, and here there are no characters printed, that's why 0. But here 2 function calls, therefore 2 function calls we can write 2 power 1, right, friends. How many printf statement? 1 printf statement means 1 character printed, 1 character printed. If I extend this one, with respect to this function, we have 2 function calls. Similarly, with respect to this function also, we will have 2 more function calls here, correct, and 1 printf statement. Therefore, function calls are 1, 2, 3, 4 function calls are there. So therefore, 4 function calls which express 2 square. How many printf statements are there? It is first printf, it is second printf. 2 printf statements are there. If I go one more level, this function is again contributing 2 more function calls, right? every function contributing 2 more function calls, like that 4 function calls are there, 4 into 2, 8 function calls. So, at this level it is giving 8 function call which we can express 2 power 3. How many characters are printed means every previous function call giving one printf. Since we are having 4 function calls, 4 printf statements are there, that is 4. We can express it as power of 2, 2 power 1, 2 square, 2 power 0 like this. Okay. Now, make one formula which is useful for finding time complexity in terms of function calls. In this program, what is string length, friends? In this program, string length is, if you observe, we pass string length is 3, 1 to 3, right, 1 to 3. If the string length is 3, means for string length n is equal to 3 characters, n is equal to 3 characters, total number of function calls are 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1, 2 power 2 plus 2 power 3, and total number of printed characters are 2 power 0, 2 power 1 plus 2 power 2. You generalize for string length n, okay. For string length n is equals to n, it is 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, where we have to stop now. If it is n is equal to 3, we stopped at 2 power 3. If n is equal to 10, we can stop at 2 power 10. If n is equal to n, we can stop at 2 power 10. Sorry, 2 power n. Similarly, for n is equal to 3, we stopped at 2 power 2. If n is equal to n, we can stop at 2 power n minus 1. It is following geometry progression. In geometry progression, sum of k terms formula a into r to the power of k plus 1 minus 1 by r minus 1. This is a formula, friends. Okay. In our example, what is a? A equal to 1. But here we are having n plus 1 terms. How do you say n plus 1 terms? Because it is starting from 2 power 0, it is ending at n. 2 power 0 to n means obviously n plus 1 terms are there. So, s of n plus 1 a into r to the power of n plus 1 minus 1 by r minus 1, which equals 2 power n plus 1 minus 1 function calls. 2 power n plus 1 minus 1 function calls. Now, how many characters printed means there are n terms are there, because it is starting from 0 up to n minus 1 means n terms. A into r power n minus 1 by r minus 1, which equals 2 power n minus 1. Okay. Now, verify for your program. In this example, n is equal to 3. For 3, how many function calls are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If these are 7, these are also 7, 14 plus 1, 15 function calls. Now, substitute n is equal to 3 here, friends. Substitute n is equal to 3 here. By substituting n is equal to 3, we will have 2 power 3 plus 1 minus 1, that equal 15 function calls, which is perfectly valid. And how many characters printed here? 7 characters printed. Now, substitute n is equal to 3 here. S3 is equal to 2 power 3 minus 1, that equals 7 characters printed. Then they may ask what is the time complexity, what is space complexity in this program. Time complexity always proportional to number of function calls. Therefore, time complexity for this program is equals to theta of 2 power n plus 1 minus 1. You know, within asymptotic notation there is no importance of the constants. We can make it as theta of 2 power n, which is exponential time. Okay, NP hard problems. Right, friends. That's all. What about space complexity? Space complexity means maximum depth of the recursion tree. Just observe here 100, 101, 102, 103. This is nothing but length of the string, correct? Length of the string plus 1. Suppose here length of the string, if I consider 1, 2, 3, right, including null character plus 1. Therefore, if string length is n, space complexity is equal to theta of n. String length is n, space complexity is theta of n, because maximum depth of the recursion tree is theta of n. That's all about this question, friends. Okay. I hope you like it, right? If you like it, simply type L in the chat box. Thank you. Someone is writing explanation is helpful. Yeah, it is giving motivation for me to teach more topics like this. Thank you. Actually, before this also I conducted so many revision classes in data structures and algorithm class, friends, from so many days. I have most probably 70 students attended, but now we have 150 students are there. Actually, almost 1 month approximately I conducted revision classes on algorithm and data structures. I covered complete data structures, and algorithm also covered completely except asymptotic notations and recurrence relations. That is the reason next revision class I will focus more on asymptotic notations and revision classes, because in the previous revision classes I covered more number of topics. Of course, we will discuss here also same topics, but at that point of time only 50 to 70 members attended. Today we have almost 70 students, 150 students are there. Right friends, with this pointer to string completed, but pointer to structures concept is there. I feel it is not the right time to discuss pointer to structures because it's a lengthy concept. Okay, so therefore I am ignoring that pointer to structures. And what else remaining? If anybody want, I can discuss pointer to structures also. Okay, anybody want pointer to structures? If you want, write W in the chat box. Yeah, most of your function pointers. Okay, fine. Yeah. Most of your typing it is W means it is required to discuss, right? No problem, I will discuss. Maybe I will take questions from the class notes, I can explain. Because most of the students will get doubts only class notes topics only. No, if you have patience, I have a lot of patience to discuss more number of topics. I really love my profession. Actually, I am waiting for the opportunity for revision classes. Thank God it came today only. But only concern is somewhere in the corner, I told you, right? Am I really teaching useful content for the students? Or that is somewhere it is pinching me. So that's why I'm running a little bit faster, but it's okay. But I had to say thanks to everybody who gave opportunity for me to teach. This question is very interesting question, friends. Okay, let me explain questions from the workbook, okay, which I'm taking, so that you'll get more clarity about these topics. This question I'm taking from the textbook only. Main struct S1 char star z int I struct S1 star p static struct S1 A of is equals to Nagpur 1 A plus 1 I know most of you already aware about this question, but verify have I understood this question properly or not, okay? Because most of you type W, that's why I'm teaching this question now. We have two more printf statements. I don't want to write printf statement now. Okay, total 4 printf statements are there. We will discuss printf statement afterwards. Okay, first let me explain the concept, friends. Okay. Thank you very much, Panu, Pradeep, Sridikshi. Yeah, try to understand, friends, this point. So, whenever we start pointed to structures, you always start from the variable declaration. Okay, you always start from the variable declaration. Generally, how you are going to read the variable declaration means, suppose if you are having int I, we are reading I is a variable of type int type. I is a variable of type int type. In the same way, here also when you see the structures concept, start from variable. Okay. For example, here I can say I is of type integer. If I write int a of 10, a is of type array having 10 integers. A is array of 10 integers, right? A is array of 10 integers. In the same way, you can start like this. A is array. Is it array of integers, or is it array of characters, or is it array of some other data type? Yes, it is some other data type. If it is some other data type, what is the data type? The data type is A is array of S1 data type. S1 data type. System can understand int data type. System can understand integer array, character array, float array, but system cannot understand what is S1 data type. That's why you have to inform to the compiler that S1 is not existing data type, it is user defined data type. But there should exist some keyword, right? That keyword is called struct. Okay, means this line you can interpret like this: A is array of not integer, not character, it is a S1 data type. But S1 is not existing, not user defined, sorry, not existing, not predefined, it is user defined. But how compiler can understand user defined? By using the keyword struct. Fine. If here integer means it knows that integer requires 2 bytes of memory or 4 bytes of memory, depends on the memory model. But here also you need to explain how many bytes of memory required for S1 data type. Because you created this data type, you need to provide the information how many bytes required for S1 data type. That is the reason structured declaration is required before taking variable. Clear? So therefore, I am defining S1 is my own data type. S1 is my own data type. Who are there in that? One pointer variable of type character, one integer variable of type integer, again one pointer variable of type S1. Means within S1 data type, I create a pointer which is pointing to S1 data type. This type of structure is called self-referential structure. Clear? Self-referential structure. Now I understood that we want to create an array with how many locations? With how many locations means it is A of 0, it is A of 1, it is A of 2. With 3 locations I want to create an array. Let me start 3 locations. Let me start creating an array with 3 locations. Yes, I created an array with 3 locations, friends. Zero, 1, 2. So there is an array A got created. So suppose starting address is equals to 100. Assume it is, let me take starting address something else instead of 100. So it is 400, 402, not 402. One point you need to understand, what type of array A? A is S1 type array. What is the size of S1? Size of S1 is one pointer, one integer, one pointer. Assume that by default pointer size is 2 bytes. Okay, size of pointer they don't ask any questions in the gate like this. Okay, assume that 2 bytes for pointer, 2 bytes for integer, 2 bytes for pointer, total 6 bytes required. Therefore, if I start from 400, starting address is 400, starting address is 400, next location starting from 406, next location is starting from 412. Like that 3 locations are there. Each location not reserved for integer, not reserved for character, each location reserved for S1 data type. But in S1 data type, what are the members? One is pointer, Z, another one integer, another one is pointer. Pointer, integer, pointer. Pointer, integer, pointer, that's all. Clear, friends? Now I want to initialize each and every member. First one, Z is a character pointer. If z is a character pointer, in the beginning I already explained, if the variable is character pointer always expecting string constants. If the variable is string variable, it is expecting initialization of string variable. So it is a character pointer, so I supposed to provide string constant, therefore I am providing string constant. But these string constant already created during compilation time, right? Where they got created? In static memory. Suppose assume that static memory allocated for Nagpur is here. Static memory allocated for Nagpur is here, where starting address I am taking it as 100. Now during runtime, if I call Nagpur, during runtime I am calling Nagpur. You know, string constant automatically return base address. That base address is copied into Z, right? But Z is not normal variable, Z is a pointer variable. Since it is a pointer variable, it immediately point into 100 location. Next, 1. Why it is 1? Because next variable is integer, right? Integer is expecting integer value only. Therefore, I am assigning 1, right? Next, what is P, friends? Just observe P. P is a pointer of type S1 type. That's why I want S1 only, S1 type data. Who is having S1 type means, see, A is array of S1 type. A is array of S1 type. That's why I am taking A plus 1. A plus 1. So therefore, P is assigned with A plus 1. Now what is A plus 1? Try to understand. P assigned with A plus 1. A means array name which contains base address 400 plus 1 into, it should be size of what type of data A? A is not integer data, character data, it is not float data. A is what type of data? S1 data type. That's why it should multiply by size of S1 structure. Size of S1 structure, which is equivalent to 400 plus 1 into size of S1 structure, assuming integer pointer 2 bytes, integer 2 bytes, pointer 2 bytes, total 6 bytes, which equal to 406. Therefore, A plus 1 means 406. This pointer P contains 406. Therefore, this pointer is pointing to 406. Right, friends, okay. Next, Z is equals to, after Nagpur, what is the next one? Raipur. That equal to 200, right. So Z is holding 200, it is pointing to 200 location. After psi value is equals to 2. A plus 2 means that equal to 412, because 2 times of 6, right, 412. So therefore, P is pointing to 412 location. Next, again Z is pointing to Kanpur, right. So here we are having Kanpur. Its address is equal to 300, like this, okay. What about I value, friends? I is equal to 3. Next, P is nothing but A. A means base address of the array. What is base address of the array? 400. So P is holding base address of the array, that equal to 400. That's all. So that is the beauty of this diagram, friends, okay. Once you are having clear about the diagram, accessing values by using printf statement is so easy for you, okay. Now look at next one. What about PTR, friends? PTR is a pointer. PTR is a pointer. What type of pointer? Is it integer or character or S1? S1 type pointer, right? PTR is a pointer to S1 type. But is it existing? No, it is user defined. How compiler can understand? Only by using struct keyword. So you are saying that PTR is a pointer to S1 type, S1 is user defined data type, right, friends? Who is having S1 type? A is having S1 type. That's why I am writing simply array name. Do I need to use ampersand operator? No need, because array name itself address, no need to use ampersand operator. Therefore, PTR will be created. It is holding base address, that equal to 400. So that is explanation for this theory part, friends, okay. I hope every one of you understood, right. Now look at first one, printf. A of 0 dot Z, dot is called accessing operator, friends. I can say selection operator. Go to A of 0, access Z value. It is A of 0 dot Z, that equal 100. A of 0 dot Z, that equal 100. You may think that will they ask this type big question in the gate. It is gate question only, friends. Okay, I am not discussing my own question here. It is a gate question only. In the gate only they ask this question. Okay, so therefore you have to ready to face this kind of questions. So a of 0 dot z, what is that? 100. A of 0 dot z that equal 100, friends. Okay. Next, afterwards PTR arrow z. What is PTR means? PTR is equals to 400. 400 arrow z. It is accessing mechanism by using pointer for the structure variable. Okay. So PTR arrow z that equal 100. PTR arrow I that equal 1. PTR arrow p that equal 406. Here they are asking PTR arrow z that equals to 100, friends. Next, a of 2 dot p arrow z. Which one I need to evaluate first? Because operator precedence table is taking place now. Dot and arrow operator both of them having same priority. They are evaluating from left to right. Therefore, first evaluate a of 2 dot p. It is a of 2 dot p that equal 400. So 400. From 400 we need to access arrow z. 400 arrow z. Now what is 400 arrow z? 400 arrow z equal 100. So it is providing 100. You know that percentages always accepts address. Percentages always accepts address. Therefore, this percentages will take this address. It is printing character by character starting from 100. So who is sitting? That is Nagpur. Therefore, it is printing Nagpur. Second percentages will take 100. It is printing again Nagpur. Third percentages will take 100. It is printing again Nagpur. Percentages always accepts address. From that address, it is printing character by character until it encounters null character. So this is the output for the first print difference. Okay. Now we have few more printf statements we will discuss now. Second printf, percentage plus plus PTR arrow z. Right now where PTR is pointing? 400. So therefore 400 arrow z, you have to go to that memory location. 400 arrow z that equal 100, friends. Okay, 100. You are at this place now. Create small diagram. Afterwards, that 100 we are applying plus plus operator. It means that it is not exactly you are applying plus plus operator on 100, because it is not possible to apply plus plus operator on constant. Okay, you are applying plus plus operator on content of PTR of z. Okay, content of PTR of z. Here we are applying. So when you apply plus plus operator, it is moving to the next location 101. 101. So therefore it becomes 101. Please don't misunderstand. I am applying plus plus on 100. No, I am applying plus plus of the content of the PTR of z that equal to 100. So plus plus of 100 means it is moved to next location, that is 101. Now percentages will take 101, print character by character from 101. AGPUR. Therefore it is printing output is AGPUR. Okay, that is second printf statement, friends. Let me try third printf statement. Printf percentage yes, a of plus plus PTR arrow I dot z, right. So how it is going to operating now? Just observe. It is parenthesis will be validated first, after arrow operator will be validated, after dot operator will be validated. This is a sequence of evaluation of the expression. So plus plus PTR means go to PTR memory location, update that content. Therefore plus plus PTR will updated now. Go to memory location, friends. Here PTR equal 400, right? Therefore when you apply plus plus PTR, this 400 updated to 406, because PTR is incrementing size of S1 structure. Therefore it is pointing to 406. 406. Okay. So it is 406. After you are applying here 406 arrow I. Where is 406? It is 406. Arrow I means access I value, that equal to. So, it is providing 2. After you are applying A of 2 dot Z. A of 2 dot Z. What is A of 2 dot Z? A of 2 dot Z, that equal 300. When you apply percentage S, it is taking starting from 300 and it is printing character by character. Therefore, that is KNPR, Kanpur. Next printf, percentage S A of minus PTR arrow P arrow I dot Z. Right now where PTR is pointing, just look at here, PTR is pointing to PTR is pointing to 406, right? PTR is pointing to 406. Therefore, it is taking 406 arrow P. What is P, friends? 406 arrow P, that equal 412, right? 412. So, it is taking 412. Sorry, 406 arrow P, which is taking 412, correct? Once again, it is 406, PTR means 406, 406 arrow P means 412. From 412 you are accessing I. of I equal to 3. So, it is taking 3. Afterwards, this minus operator operating on content of 3, it becomes 2. Actually, we are not applying minus on 3, we are applying minus on variable I, it becomes 3 becomes 2. Earlier it was 3, now it becomes 2, friends, okay, 2. Therefore, here you can take A of 2 dot Z. So, A of 2 dot Z means it is same as previous one, that equals to 300. Percentages will take 300, it is printing starting from 300, that is KNPR, that is all. So, this is all about pointer to structures, you need to go through problems in this, friends, okay. So, that is all about today programming language course, okay. So, we successfully addressed very important topics here. So, tomorrow you are having data structures revision class, okay. So, now time is already 1:30, I have another class now at 2:30. So, thanks for attending today class, I hope this session is very useful. Still, if you have any doubts, you can interact through the WhatsApp number, you are already having my WhatsApp number, right, that equals to 9701 797039. Send question with your analysis, you can get reply, friends, okay. Try to send the question along with your analysis, you can get reply. If you really like today's session, simply type L in the chat box. Thank you so much for everyone. Karthik, recording session is available, Karthik. Recording session available. Karthik, no need take screenshot, recorded session is available. You can watch these videos afterwards also. Right, thank you for your quick response and your support. And one more request for every one of you, if you like ACE classes and like revision classes, you go to ACE Academy website in the Google, what we call, in the Google reviews. If you have time, if you find like it is really useful, genuine reviews, not fake reviews, okay. If you feel it is really useful for the students and the faculty efforts, if you really like it, go to Google reviews and rate ACE Academy coaching, friends, okay. Maybe it is useful for some other students who are going to review. Nowadays in the social media everything is fake only, right, okay. I am not saying that if you like it then only you can give the review. I am not asking forcefully. Just say yes, academic coaching is, we like these other areas, we like it. If you really inspired then only you can give, otherwise don't what we call don't give any false reviews, friends. Okay, if you really like it then only you can give it, so that other people, next generation people, they can come to know which is right, which is wrong, right? Okay, so that is the reason. If you really like it, simply post your opinion in the Google reviews, friends. Okay. Yeah, minimum weightage is nothing but minimum algo, DS and PL, you will get a minimum 20, maximum 22 marks. You are asking A of 2 dot P, right? A of 2 dot P, someone is asking A of 2 dot P. See, A of 2 dot means A of 2, just verify here A of 2. A of 2 means 412, right? That's why I am taking A of 2 dot P. So that is 412. 412 dot P. What is 412 dot P? That equals to 400. Okay. A of 2 means this value, dot P means 400. So A of 2 dot P means 400, 400 arrow jet, that equal 100. Is it clear? Thank you for attending today's session, but try to give reviews in the Google Sheets so that it is useful for the next generation. Thank you, friends. Okay. I am closing the session.